City of Grand Rapids Planning Commission hearings on June 13, 2024. While we're getting settled in up here, I'll just go through how we work through our agenda today. For each case, we'll have a city planner who will present the case to us and cover all the details. And then we'll invite the applicant up to add additional comments on the case. Then we'll open up a public hearing for anyone who would like to address the council on the case. You'll be welcome to come up to the microphone, state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes to share your thoughts with us. After the closing of the public hearing, the applicant will have a chance to make any further comment to the commission, and then the commission will deliberate and make a decision on the case. The planning staff has provided for us some draft language that we may refer to when we make our resolutions, and the language is written both in favor of and against each case. And so while we may be referring to written material, there are no foregone conclusions on any of the cases. With that, I'll ask of the commission, are there any commissioners who have any conflicts of interest they need to share? Hearing none, and if we're ready, we can begin.
Chairperson, I just wanted to let you know that I'll need to leave at about 3:15 to go to the Community Relations Commission. So Elizabeth will be leading for city staff. If I'm done early enough and the meeting's still going, I will come back though.
Our first case today is for 527 Leonard Street Northwest. For the sake of time, because we have a full agenda, I will give a broad overview and summary of the request, and if the details are in the packet. If anybody has questions about anything that I may skip over, please let me know. This request is, this address might seem familiar. It's the Mitten Brewing Company. They came to Planning Commission in 2012 to establish a microbrewery and restaurant, and again in 2013 to establish an expansion of the use and some outdoor seating on an upper deck and a wraparound deck facing Leonard Street. During 2020, an outdoor patio in the back was established as part of the COVID pandemic. There was some flexibility allowing restaurants to provide outdoor seating so they could continue to provide service. And the request today is to formalize a permanent patio seating area at the back of the restaurant on the property. This property is located on the northeast corner of Leonard and Quarry. And the patio seating that is being requested, I'll go back. It's in the traditional business area zone district, surrounded by some mid-density residential and some residential properties around it. Leonard Street is a business district in this area. The building is a historic landmark. It's an old fire station. Most anything that occurs on the property is relative to the building requires historic approval. As this patio, the location of it is behind the building. It's not associated with the building except that it is on the same parcel. It does not need historic approval. There is, as you can see in this photo, there's some existing fencing already around the patio area. This fencing is intended to stay. There will be some patio changes proposed. The existing asphalt will be removed. Concrete will be poured to establish the patio area as different from a parking area. The installation of this patio resulted in a loss of 8 on-site parking spaces. And the other, which I will talk more about with the parking requirements. Some other improvements are some additional green space to buffer from the street and the neighboring residential property to the north, and some posts installed permanently to support some canvas shade sails over the picnic tables on the patio. And as you can see in this image, there are also 2 trees proposed to be planted as well. The overall occupancy of the restaurant is 202 people. The outdoor service runs until 9 p.m. daily. Regarding the occupancy, when the outdoor patio is open, the restaurant closes the second floor and the deck, the upper deck. The wraparound ground floor deck facing Leonard is no longer used for table service. The applicant can speak more about that. Because of the alternating operations with the patio and the second floor, this is not a request to expand the use. The overall occupancy will remain the same. The second floor tap room and deck together have an occupancy of 93 people, and the patio has an occupancy of 84. We do base our parking calculation on occupancy. And as I mentioned, this patio resulted in a loss of 8 on-site parking spaces. With previous approvals, reduction in the parking requirement was part of the approval. Subsequent to that approval, a property across the street at 536 Leonard Street has been acquired by the same owner, and there are 25 spaces in that parking lot available for use for patrons of this restaurant. So 38 parking spaces are required based on occupancy, and 35 parking spaces will be provided. There are 6 spaces remaining on the site, 4 spaces at 536 Leonard Street, which is 2 Scott's Barbecue. There's a formal parking agreement they have, as the hours do not overlap, and 25 parking spaces at 540 Leonard. So the parking requirement is deficient by 3 parking spaces. And should the Planning Commission be amenable, a waiver for the reduction of those 3 spaces could be satisfied by parking available in the area and alternate modes of transportation. Does the Planning Commission have any questions for me at this time?
Okay, thank you, Laura. We'll invite the applicant up to share any additional information.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Chris Anders. I'm the co-owner of the Mitten Brewing Company, and I know you have a full agenda, so I'm here to answer any questions you may have or elaborate on any points that Laura made.
Any questions for the applicant? One I guess I have is, so the patio space will not be used available for parking even when it's not seasonal for use as a
Correct.
patio.
We wanted to alter the hardscaping to be more decorative, and that would prevent other people from parking there in the future.
This might involve staff too, but I'm curious about the diagonal parking spaces that you currently have along Quarry. Just because looking at those and looking at the survey, they're only 15 and a half feet deep, which doesn't meet the parking standards, which, since we're already asking for a parking waiver, I'm really curious about the opportunity or discussion to talk about eliminating that curb cut and just having additional street spaces that are probably more appropriate and cars aren't overhanging the sidewalk.
I can maybe shed some light on these parking spaces. The original approval on the west side of the building included 1 accessible parking space and then 1 additional space. So there were 2 spaces there, similar angle. The parking has been operating in that capacity since the original approval. And so in this proposal, a 3rd space has been added. As part of the original approval, a condition was put in place so that the cars would not overhang on the sidewalk. So that is, has been a comment provided by Mobile GR again. So I think a discussion about that with the applicant may be appropriate.
Can you, I know you did it on your proposal, but for the, just review, thank you. Review the landscaping plan, or tell us about it a little bit.
Yeah, so you can see in the back corners the trees. So that's been an ongoing discussion with our landscaper. It is going to be more of a garden space. There will be ornamental trees in the back corners, but there's also going to be some teak benches, flowers, perennials being planted, sort of basically to fill in the extra space. Because the green space has been expanded by quadruple what it is right now, we wanted to just not have it be grass.
Great,
And that's, the idea is to provide a buffer for the rear neighbor as well.
yeah. And then you described like 2 tent canopies.
Yes, so we've used umbrellas at the individual tables in the past,
Yeah.
and because of the west wind that comes down Leonard Street, they snap almost daily. We've had a very difficult time maintaining those, but shade is desperately needed, especially since it's currently asphalt and it gets very hot.
Yeah,
So a more economical and resilient option is shade sails. So basically, they're metal poles that hang up, and you angle them so that rain runs off.
okay, okay. Will you be keeping those up year-round, or just
Nope,
while you've got
Just for the
this going?
summer.
Okay,
Yep. And the poles are removable as well, so it won't be an eyesore
okay.
after September.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Can we circle back to the conversation about parking real quick? If, I guess I'm not very savvy on parking, but if we reorganize that, how will the ADA space work? I guess that's my biggest concern.
I
If
will
we-
say the spots are, they may be too small. They are regularly used, and especially by
Right.
our ADA customers. And we poured that ramp right there
Right,
for the side door, because it's an old building. It wasn't meant for the use that we're using it for, so we had to do some retrofitting. For what it's worth, it is used fairly regularly, and the overhang is minimal. But I understand that there are standards.
has there been any level of complaints or suggestions by the public or internally that we, nope, okay, thank you. Thanks for the clarification, Chris.
Yeah, I guess if, related to that, if we were to allow for fewer parking spaces, if there's an opportunity to make that ADA space more workable, would you be amenable
Yes.
to that? Okay.
I'd like it, if possible, I'd like that spot to stay in that general area, because it is used quite often.
We could certainly work with the owner and Mobile GR to find out if there's some opportunities to either restripe or make the space more efficient. It is and was an existing condition that was acknowledged with the original approval, but with the adjustments being proposed, meaning that there wouldn't be vehicular access behind the building anymore, at least not to access a parking space, there might be opportunities to relook at the width of that curb cut or how it's utilized now, knowing that there's no longer access to a parking lot. So we could certainly see if there's some minimally invasive adjustments that could be made.
Any other questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll open up the public hearing for anyone who would like to comment on this case. Please make your way up to the microphone, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Wayne Chambers. I live at 1215 Quarry, right across the street from there. We have noticed that there's wooden fences put on the north side of the parking lot, on the east side of the parking lot, but nothing on the west side of the parking lot that shines right into our house or everybody viewing us in front of our house. We'd like to see if there could be a green hedge put up or a wooden fence on the metal fence side for our privacy of the neighborhood, being a homeowner there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to address the commission on this topic? All right, we'll close the public hearing and invite the applicant back up.
It's hard to see in the diagram, but there's a 40-foot-long boxwood hedge. We're going to rip up the arborvitaes that died and do that hedge for you.
Well, you had bushes up there in 2012.
Yeah, they didn't make it.
You can't put the black screen fence back up?
No, because SEPTED requirements, they require that you be able to see through it. So, sorry, I'm looking at the Wayne. Yeah, that was required at the time to be able to see through it for SEPTED requirements. But we do have plans. The landscaper that's doing the trees and the additional landscaping is going to put a 40-foot-long, what will become a 40-foot-long hedge there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Otherwise, we'll turn to deliberation.
I mean, this has been operating like this without issue for the last couple years since COVID. I think it's completely appropriate. I think the additional modifications the applicant is planning to make will improve it for both the site and the neighborhood around it. I'm not concerned about the 3 parking space deficiency. There's plenty of area parking, and they've provided a lot of, they have a lot of parking agreements, and so I'm not concerned about that. I would like to see the ADA space stay there, but I am comfortable with the applicant working with staff to maybe allow for fewer other than that ADA space to make that space function better than it does now. But otherwise, I'm in complete support.
I'm also feel comfortable with the waiver for parking, given this area in that you've got people going to several places, but also you're right up against a neighborhood residential area where I'm sure some folks walk over to the Mitten and don't need a car to do so, to get there.
And I think it says in the plan as well that the outdoor space will close at 9, and so I think there won't be noise impacts on the neighborhood late at night, and so I appreciate that as well. I'm happy to make a motion unless we have other things we need to talk about.
No, I think we're set. Thanks.
Okay. Very good. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves a special land use and site plan review request of the Mitten Brewing Company, Christopher Andrus, to convert a portion of a surface parking lot to a permanent outdoor seating area with alcohol service in association with an existing restaurant and brewery at 527 Leonard Street Northwest for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will encourage business investment while balancing economic growth with priorities for neighborhoods and the quality of the built environment, and nurture existing business to promote sustainable growth and improve the visual appeal and walkability of the business district. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of Section 5.12.8.e because the location of the patio will not interfere with efficient vehicle, bicycle, or pedestrian circulation, and the site improvements for the patio will incorporate landscape buffers and additional green space. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment because the proposed site changes will not materially affect the operation of the outdoor seating area, which has been operating without incident. Potential adverse effects arising from the proposed use will be minimized because appropriate landscaping is proposed to provide buffering from abutting residential uses. Adequate parking is provided on properties within 300 feet, and alternative forms of transportation are available within the district to support the demand. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, smoke, odors, glare, or visual clutter, because outdoor hours of operation will be limited, and the proposed landscape buffer will help mitigate sound and light disturbances to nearby residential uses. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment, because no changes are proposed to the existing building along Leonard Street, which is already located at the sidewalk, and the proposed changes to the outdoor seating area will contribute to the vitality of the district. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city because the use is not anticipated to result in nuisances that require excessive code enforcement actions given the proposed scale, hours, and location. Given the character, location, development trends, and other aspects of the neighborhood, it is demonstrated that the proposed use or the proposed location for alcohol sales will be an asset to the neighborhood because as proposed, the use will be unique as compared to existing uses in the neighborhood. The use or change in use as constructed and operated by the applicant is compatible with the neighborhood because the scale and hours of operations will inherently limit the intensity and impact of the use. The use as proposed to be operated by the applicant will minimize or eliminate negative secondary effects on the neighborhood because the use is relatively small in scale. Be it further resolved that the following conditions shall apply to this approval. Standard conditions at A, approvals, which will show up on the screen, but I will also read. That the application and plans submitted by the applicant, signed, dated, and stamped by the planning director shall constitute the approved plans except if plan elements do not meet ordinance requirements and/or as amended in this resolution, that the use shall operate according to the application and per testimony as recorded in the Planning Commission minutes, that this approval does not include any proposed signs, and any future signs shall be subject to the requirements of Article 15 of the ordinance and permits received prior to installation, that a land use development services LEDs permit, building permit, and all other required permits be obtained from the City of Grand Rapids prior to construction, demolition, or operation, that any expansion of the proposed or the approved special land use requires an additional special land use review and approval by the Planning Commission, that the proposed use will comply with all other applicable city ordinances and policies and all state laws, that this approval shall take effect 16 calendar days after the date of the Planning Commission's decision. 2, that the patio shall close no later than 9 p.m. daily. 3, that fencing shall not have any material attached that alters the transparency or height of the fence itself. And 4, that the parking stalls on Quarry Street shall not extend to the sidewalk. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Thanks.
Oh, shoot. That the parking on Quarry Street shall be restriped or modified in a way to better meet city standards and not extend into the sidewalk.
Great. Oh,
That's what I meant by modified, is to take a more holistic look at that space, working with Mobile GR and planning to see if that there are some reductions in the curb cut and/or restriping that would still accomplish the ADA, providing the ADA space, but seeing if there's a way to bring that closer to compliance.
okay. I guess maybe to add modifications, including reduction of the number of parking spaces. Cool. Potential reduction in the, yes, thank you. That's it.
We have a motion. Is there support?
Support.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes.
Our next case is at 2750 Birchcrest Drive Southeast. This property is located north of 28th Street. Birchcrest Drive is accessed off of 28th Street, runs on the south side and the west side of the property. The request is to establish a church in an existing shopping center. The property is approximately 4.7 acres in area As you can see, it is a long, single-story shopping center building with multiple tenants. This request this church would occupy the northernmost unit of the shopping center at the north side of the building. The previous use of this building was Applause Catering. Pietro's is tucked in here at the southeast corner of the property, and there are residential surrounding this property as well. This slide shows the location of the proposed church, which will be approximately 13,000 square feet in area, and the portion of the parking lot area that is allocated for this use has 110 parking spaces available. There are no external changes proposed with this request. There's some repairs and some painting that need to there's a canopy drive and at the front entrance of the church of this building, and there's some repairs to the canopy and some painting that need to take place. Most of the changes proposed will be interior. The previous use was an assembly use. This type of assembly use is a little bit different, and so most of the internal changes are the addition of some rooms and offices. You can see on the site plan here. The expected congregation size is 120 people. The applicant submitted with their plans, submitted a maximum occupancy of 285 people. So I based the parking calculation on that number, even though that's quite a bit larger than their expected capacity. And based on the occupancy, 94 parking spaces are required, and there is adequate parking at this site. The parking lot, the striping in the parking lot has faded and has not been repainted in some time. The Planning Commission may consider a condition of approval to restripe the parking spaces so that they can be clearly designated. The church will operate as a traditional church with services on Sundays. The hours are in the packet, and the applicant can speak more about some of the additional programming that they hope to include in their operations. Does the Planning Commission have any questions for me at this time?
Nope. Thank you, Laura. And we'll invite the applicant up to add any additional insights you may have.
Greetings. My name is Jathan Austin, and Greg is going to hand you guys some packets that have support letters in them from the community, residents, businesses, and restaurants in the area. So again, my name is Jathan Austin. I'm the lead pastor of Bethel Empowerment Church with my wife, Pastor Beverly, and this is Pastor Greg, our campus pastor, and we have several of our congregants that are here supporting us as well. We're really excited about the opportunity to partner and be back in the great city of Grand Rapids again. Historically, we were founded in 1961, and my grandfather, Bishop William C. Abney, who a street was named after Bishop William C. Abney. I am his grandson and have been his successor now for 18 years. We're really, really excited about the opportunities to continue partnering with our community with mental health programs, economic development classes, prison reentry programs. We also instituted some programming for breast cancer awareness that's been going on for 14 years. And we partnered with local hospitals such as Metro, Corwell, Mercy, and some of the local banks like Huntington. We founded William C. Abney Charter School, which is founded in 1998, that currently still exists. That's K through 6th grade. And I'm really excited about our kids and their future. We're partnering again with revitalizing the complex by environmental awareness, increasing the economic status by supporting our surrounding businesses and restaurants, and we're really committed to being a great neighbor by providing free clothing closet to those that are in need, doing a needs assessment survey by our neighbors, and partnering with several schools to help our young persons stay on track for college. Excuse me. We're asking for this special permit, which is kind of in use of the assembly that was already there, to kind of continue to move forward to help that community revitalize itself with meeting events that are meaningful to the community. And we're excited about the pastors that you can see in the letters of support that they gave us, nonprofits and restaurants such as Family Promise, Safe Haven, Urban League, which speaks directly to our impact into the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, seeing none, we'll open up the public hearing and invite anyone who would like to comment on this case to make your way up to the microphone, state your name for the record, and share your comments with us. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and turn to deliberations.
I don't have any concerns with this application. I think it's an appropriate use in this type of a shopping center. Obviously, if it was more of a street-facing retail presence, then maybe that would be different, but this is tucked away. It's not all that appropriate for retail or super active use, so I think this is probably a great spot for it, and seems like a good fit.
I agree. It's a great legacy that is being followed up on through continuation of the work of Reverend Abney and what he has done for this community. I think this is an appropriate and will benefit the community and the people that are members here.
And I do appreciate that it's not just a, I don't want to say just, it's not providing only Sunday worship, but available to the community on a daily basis during the day and in the evenings. And it seems like they've done their work in talking to others and gaining support in the community, so I do appreciate that. And I'm happy to make the motion if there's no other discussion.
Just making a comment. This is great. Obviously, I'm a church boy, so I'm a little biased on this, but I think this is a great use for it. I think it's a great area. You get your praise on, you go right to eat right after, so I'm excited about it. And yes, there's a lot of work that's been done in the community by all of these pastors. I'm looking through this list, and I know a lot of these names, and by all of these pastors and these leaders, there's a lot of community work here. So I'm glad that it's not just a Sunday thing either, but it's the church. It's an everyday walk, so I appreciate that.
I just want to add, I appreciate it's not a competition among the churches. There's that feeling of community and cooperation and support you don't often see.
Did the Planning Commission have any thoughts on whether or not the parking lot should be better striped to provide better orientation given the potential occupancy of the facility and the frequency of the use?
I would be in support of that condition.
Okay, thank you.
What about landscaping and other improvements?
Yeah, I thought about that, especially with the limited transparency on the front of the building toward the parking lot, but since they're not proposing any exterior changes, didn't know how much we would be appropriate for us to require for that.
Yeah, I think there would be needing to be some coordination with property ownership. Certainly, we'd welcome those improvements, but I would want a moment to read back on the ordinance requirements because I'm not sure that a use change would necessarily allow us to look at site improvements when there's no additional site changes that are being necessitated as a result of the use. So I'd want to take a look at that if the rest of the commission felt strongly about site improvements before we were to add that to a condition. Although I agree it would be welcomed, but.
And the fact that they're leasing this, that they would have to go through the owner to make those kinds of improvements, it makes it more complicated, it seems.
Yeah, I got a question up on the parking. When we say that, could we just clarify, are they just restriping 110 spaces or that entire lot?
I would say just the spaces that they need, the 110. There might be some partnership that would work out between the ownership and the applicant. If there was already restriping taking place, it would seem to make sense to do that for the rest of the lot. But for purposes of your review, I would just suggest the 110 should be clearly striped.
I guess I'm a little confused about how that works and whether or not, in my brain, I'm thinking this is just causing an undue burden. Is that the right way to look at this? Because, I mean, it's already there. It's already been used.
Right, but in terms of circulation patterns, like making sure that's clear, and I think it's appropriate to, personally, I think it's appropriate to require restriping, because if there are no lines on there now, I guess.
Sorry.
Just to
When you have a parking lot that isn't striped, it doesn't provide clear communication to people that are driving into the site. And so the concern is that staff raised is when you have an assembly occupancy, a lot of people show up at the exact same time. And so it ends up being safer and better communication between drivers when there's clear delineation about where they can and can't park. And so I think it's up to the Planning Commission as to whether you feel that that's an appropriate site modification that is necessitated because of, or warranted because of the proposed use. But again, with the assembly occupancy of up to 200 and something persons, it felt like a necessary or appropriate measure for us. But it's up to you.
Perfect.
All right. Oh, hang on, I'm on the wrong pages here. Hold on one second. Okay. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves a special land use and site plan review request of Bethel Empowerment Church, Jathan K. Austin, to establish a church in an existing shopping center at 2750 Birchcrest Drive Southeast for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will provide a mix of uses in a commercial area, improve the quality of life in the city, and provide for institutional investment while balancing economic growth with priorities for neighborhoods. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of section 5.12.0A.e because no new development or site changes are proposed, and adequate means of ingress and egress by public streets and walkways are provided. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment, because the proposed use will support the desired mixed-use character of the neighborhood, and it will put an existing underutilized building back into productive use. Potentially adverse effects arising from the proposed use will be minimized because the proposed use will be appropriately located within the building, and adequate parking is available on site. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, smoke, odors, glare, or visual clutter, because no outdoor or late evening activities will be conducted. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment because the existing parking is situated behind the building, away from the sidewalks along Birchcrest Drive. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city because the use is not anticipated to create nuisances that will require additional city services. Be it further resolved that the following conditions shall apply to this approval. Standard condition set A approvals that are on the screen. And then the number 2, that the area of parking lot designated for church shall be restriped.
Support. I did.
We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes.
I wish all of them were like that. Oh, let me grab. The next item on the agenda is a request from Meyer. Meyer proposes demolition of the existing improvements on the site at 1728th Street and several parcels that have Kalamazoo addresses that are adjacent. The intent is construction of a new 24-hour vehicle fueling station and convenience store with alcohol sales to replace the existing Meyer gas station on the Kalamazoo parcels. In construction with the gas station construction, site preparations for future development are also proposed. Although gas stations are a permitted use in the MCNC zone district, several elements of the proposal do require Planning Commission review and approval. These include site plan review for developments of an acre or more, that requires Planning Commission approval, and the proposed alcohol sales and 24-hour operation require special land use approval. The site is zoned mid-century neighborhood commercial. It's on 28th Street near Kalamazoo. Everything abutting 28th Street there is commercial. We have low-density residential immediately to the south. We've got the city golf course across the street and across 28th Street, I should say. And then across Kalamazoo, we have a Meyer Superstore. This overall development site, which you can see consists of 5 parcels, is about 17 acres in area. The Christian Reformed Church in North America property is about 11 acres and is improved with a building of about 73,000 square feet. To the south is the existing Meyer gas station property. All these improvements, including a number of trees, would be removed to facilitate this new development.
Meyer intends that demolition will occur in 2 phases. The existing CRC building on 28th Street and associated improvements will be demolished to prepare for the construction of the new Meyer gas station. And then the old gas station, or existing gas station, I should say, on Kalamazoo will be demolished upon completion of the new gas station. Along with the new gas station, which you can see on this site plan at the northwest corner, will be internal circulation drive connections for future development and an access drive to the existing signalized intersection at Kalamazoo. A new curb cut is proposed along 28th Street, just east of the gas station. And the applicant does intend for the existing curb cut that serves the CRC property to remain. Stormwater management facilities, which you can see, which are these 2 ovals in the center of the page, are intended to be constructed to accommodate the new development. Now, what you see here is not what is proposed to be developed now. It is really just a conceptual plan of what could be developed there. I know the Meyer folks will be able to speak to this in greater detail, but their intent is really to prepare the site for new construction. We had asked the applicant to show us what that meant and what that could look like. I don't think it's intended that it would be developed exactly like this, but this shows that there would be 4 development sites that would be part of this project. So this really would be require a phasing plan, and I'm going to go to a later slide. This shows the first phase, and then I think it's actually the landscape plan that shows us a good example of how that phasing would work. And did I pass it? Oh, no. Did I remove it by mistake? I think I do want to pull that up. I'll come back to that. But the applicant proposes to remove all the improvements on the site and then along with a significant portion of the trees and as a preparation for phasing. So you can see on this slide here what is ultimately proposed. There's a significant amount of trees proposed to stay on the south and east. What is shown on the slide that I am showing you here, the tree survey, the trees that are shown in red here are identified as trees that are in good condition. And there are about 200 trees that would be removed to prepare the site for redevelopment. Everything in red is either an unaccredited or invasive species. There's really only a handful of the trees that are going to be removed that would be considered good or non-invasive or accredited species. So about 90% of the trees that are to be removed are unaccredited or invasive. And The remaining 10% are higher quality trees. So the existing wooded area is about 5.7 acres in area, and about 2.75 acres of wooded land is to be cleared. And that is shown here. This line, it says LOD, limits of development. So nothing past that line would be disturbed. So the trees inside that line would remain. Everything outside would be removed. So we are asking the Planning Commission, as part of this phasing request, whether all reasonable efforts are being undertaken in the architectural layout and site engineering design of the proposed development to avoid unnecessary removal of existing trees. On to the actual gas station development. A new 5,600 square foot convenience store with alcohol sales is proposed. The gas station site itself is about 3 acres. And that's including the circulation drive that I'm pointing to here, right outside the gas station. But excluding the stormwater facilities or this connection. So this area that I'm showing you is about 3 acres. 29 parking spaces are proposed, along with 4 electric vehicle charging stations. There's also you can't really see it that well here, but there is a proposed canopy that will connect to, that will provide a covered space for folks using the fueling station to walk into the convenience store. The canopy will come close to the convenience store, but it won't actually be connected. So upon completion of the improvements that are shown here, the existing gas station would be demolished. Now, the property has 2 streets, 28th and Kalamazoo, so it has 2 fronts. And so we took a look at setbacks from both those streets. The building, the canopy, all those, and as well as any of those accessory uses like an air pump, all those are outside of the required setbacks. So that is fine. Relative to parking, the applicant is proposing 29 parking spaces. Now, 19 parking spaces are the required amount for a retail store of 5,600 square feet. So we can allow up to 120% of the required spaces, and that would be 23. The number of spaces is exceeded by 6. So the Planning Commission should consider whether there is a necessity for these additional parking spaces. There will, of course, be bike racks proposed at the northeast side of the building. I do want to mention that in the area that I'm circling on the plan, just east of the proposed convenience store, are EV, electric vehicle charging spots. And we did not include those in the parking calculation because this is a fueling station, and a vehicle charging station is essentially the same thing. So as we considered that, we thought, well, no, we wouldn't include that as parking, because people might go, charge, and then they might go in the convenience store and do some shopping or get something to eat. So they exceed parking by 6 spaces. Relative to green space and tree canopy, it's a very large site. The green space is 15%, tree canopy is 18%. They will meet those requirements. The applicant is, I'm going to have to pull up the landscape plan, but the applicant is asking that no landscaping be required around the, I'm just checking again to make sure I didn't, no, it is not there. The applicant is asking that they not be required to install parking lot screening, landscape screening, as would be required for any kind of parking area or a use such as this. There are trees being proposed, but the applicant is asking for an administrative departure. A departure from screening requirements may be granted where alternative screening methods continue to substantially satisfy the standards of Article 11, landscaping and green infrastructure. So I would ask the Planning Commission to consider if the plan meets this requirement. And I'm embarrassed to do this, but I really would like to pull up the landscape plan at this time. What's that?
That's the sign one. Go to the second one down.
Oh, thank you.
You're in the wrong folder. Second one, yep.
So on this slide, you can see the landscape plan, and I think this plan nicely shows the proposed phasing. This would be the first phase of development. As you can see, the applicant is proposing a naturalized area where the future development sites are. That is proposed to be planted with like a wildflower mix, grasses and flowers. You can see interior to the site, there are trees, and along the north and northwest, there are trees proposed, but the applicant is not proposing a landscape screen. Okay, so I did want to show that. And I think this also nicely shows the detention basin as well as the trees that are to remain. Okay, I must have closed the presentation. Okay. I'd now like to move on to traffic and circulation. A traffic study has been completed, and our traffic engineers and Mobile GR have reviewed that, and they concur with the findings of that study. A deceleration lane is proposed along 28th Street, and our staff concurs with that proposal. Our Mobile GR engineer does make several recommendations that these interior third lanes should be removed, and that for the reasons that it's not really necessary for adequate circulation on the site, even for the delivery of fuel. There is adequate space for fueling trucks to maneuver on the site. The 3 lanes, of course, at the intersection are perfectly acceptable. We are looking at, this intersection should be narrowed down to 24 feet, and the Mobile GR does recommend that the existing curb cut that is proposed to be remain should be removed. Because of the addition of the turning lane, the applicant has agreed to pull the public sidewalk onto their own property and to make for a safer pedestrian experience. So it's not right up at the street. Relative to signage, we will be coming back to talk about signage at a subsequent meeting. I'd like to now move on to building elements. Oh, and here, the applicant may wish to use this. They had sent me this exhibit that shows turning maneuvers, which I did pass on to Mobile GR for their review, and they provided the comments that I passed along to you. Relative to building elevations, the single-story building is perfectly acceptable. There are a couple of elements on this elevation that the Planning Commission does not have the ability to modify. And however, if the Planning Commission is amenable to this use, the staff and the applicant could work together to come up with an elevation that does meet the requirements. Specifically, this would be these 2 towers. They are higher than what we would allow. We could permit a sort of a taller entrance feature, but these parapets on the sides are taller than what would be required. Additionally, materials. The material proposed is EIFS, and EIFS is not allowed in this zone district. But again, that could be something that staff and the applicant works together on. Relative to transparency, as you can see, only the north elevation includes windows, and 40% transparency is required on street-facing elevations. So they're a little bit shy of that on that north elevation. They're at 38%. Now, I did include this area that I'm pointing to that has some film on it. This is intended, apparently, for night vision as well as sun control. You apparently can see out better at night. Now, in the plan, it does say that 70% transparency will be maintained. I am not an expert on these films, but reading it, it didn't seem that they would be able to maintain that 70% required light transmittance with that film. So I would like to ask the applicant to talk about that if they could. So all the other sides do not have any windows. So the Planning Commission would be granting a waiver for transparency on those 2 sides, as well as a slight reduction on this northern elevation. The fuel pump canopy is a little taller than the the building, and the zoning requirements do require that the canopy be no higher. And there is no departure that the Planning Commission would be able to grant for that. Relative to, I go back to my floor plan, relative to the alcohol sales, the proposed areas for alcohol sales are a 230 square foot beer cave and a 22 square foot area of warm beer display. There's also storage of 26 square feet. Consistent with the operation of the existing convenience store on 29th Street, there's no access to the store after midnight, even though it's a 24-hour operation. So folks would be able to purchase goods from the store through a window at the gas station. They wouldn't after midnight, except for alcoholic beverages. So the store would only be open till midnight for persons to enter. Meyer did include standard operating procedures for alcohol sales and training, and we did request a plan for security cameras, which has been submitted to our SEPTED police officer, SEPTED specialist police officer, who has indicated that it meets our requirements. And it does look like the cash register and the alcohol areas would be visible through the windows. The applicant has reached out to neighbors, and I think I'd like to defer to them to talk a little more about that if the Planning Commission does want to know about that. That was outlined. They did provide a narrative about that in the packet. We did receive a letter from the Dawes Court Townhome Association, which is behind them, across behind the wooded area, and they submitted a letter expressing some concern about property maintenance on this new development site due to the accumulation of trash and debris on the existing Meyer gas station property. So, with that, we are looking at site plan review. We want to ensure that the plan meets site plan review standards, especially related to design, transparency, and parking, as well as the phasing and the tree removal, as well as those two special land uses, the 24-hour operation and the alcohol use. Does the Planning Commission have any questions for me before I turn it over to the applicant?
I do. So, in the staff report, you mentioned the restriction related to parking in the front yard, and then there's an exception for fueling stations, and I went and read the thing, but could you give us more about that?
Yes, it is confusing, and I'm sorry I didn't mention that. In the MCN zone district, you're not to have parking in the front yard, and the building should be at the front yard. But in the TBA, or the traditional neighborhoods and the mid-century neighborhoods, the Planning Commission does have the discretion to allow this layout, to allow your typical gas station layout with the fuel pumps in front and the convenience store in the back. The way we usually interpret this is we generally say, as long as the parking is no closer to the street than the fuel canopy, we deem it not in the front, even though it might be in front of the convenience store. Now, that is something for the Planning Commission to consider. In other gas stations, I can remember it was Leonard and Ball, there was a Speedway, and that was a MCN as well. We had a similar situation, and we interpreted, as long as the parking wasn't any closer to the street than the fuel canopy, then it wasn't in the front yard. So that really is up to the Planning Commission to consider.
Okay, thank you. And then kind of follow up on that, in terms of the conceptual designs they've provided for later phases, that is all just for illustration purposes, and we're not, because those also show parking in the front yard.
Exactly,
Okay.
yes. And that really is, those were conceptual. And the applicant was made aware of that, but we didn't, because they're very conceptual, we didn't feel that it was important that that be modified. But thank you for noticing that. We did ask the applicant to do that layout, so we might get an idea, so.
I have a question, and might not refer to zoning, but where's the CRC going?
Perhaps the applicant can answer that. I really don't know.
I have one more question. I'm so sorry. So related to the conversation about tree preservation, how does that fit in with the kind of designation as some of these trees as, or many of the trees as invasive or unaccredited? So like in terms of like what would be desirable for preserving those trees versus what might not be an issue?
So I think there's a couple different ways to think about that. And so in a development site, you can remove diseased or, dead trees. And, we want people to maintain their property, so that is just fine. I think it's that balance of how much tree removal is necessary at this point in time versus, how much is necessary at this point in time for what is happening, given that we don't know what is going to happen on the rest of the site. Kristen, did you have anything to add to that?
I don't know that I have anything to add, but except that, the ordinance is really designed, and we worked very closely with the Urban Forestry Committee, that the first and foremost, under the tree preservation section, the intent is to design a site that limits to the extent reasonably possible from removing trees, and specifically removing healthy trees. And so that would be goal one. There is also a tree canopy requirement, so accredited trees can count towards required tree canopy. So they are layered, so they work together with the tree canopy requirements, with the tree preservation requirements. But like I said, goal one for the city of this ordinance is to limit the removal of healthy trees to the extent possible. So where we are challenged by this site is that they are removing trees to install infrastructure that will potentially serve future phases. But because those phases are unknown, I think it's really critical that we determine whether it's appropriate to allow for phase one to eliminate trees that may or may not need to be removed as part of future phases.
So to clarify, those, as I understand, the future phases would have to come back here for approval, but they are asking for approval to take out and put in the infrastructure. And so it just seems, that's very conceptual, and that could change.
Yeah, future phases may or may not need to come back to the Planning Commission. I think it depends on the use that's being proposed and the size of the site.
Okay.
So
like if they were to do residential, that would have to come back to us, wouldn't it? Or is that allowed?
It really would depend on the size of the site. So in this zone district, many uses are permitted. which means that you would not be seeing the use. However, for lot sizes greater than 1 acre, then the Planning Commission has control over the site plan review process. So in this particular case, like Elizabeth stated, the gas station itself is a permitted use. However, because the gas station is being proposed on a site over 1 acre, that is what the Planning Commission has control over. So future phases, the same process would have to be followed.
So one of the things I'd like to hear when the developers speak is a little bit more about the gas station site landscaping. I see a lot of green space and trees, but no other kinds. I don't know if that's just omitted because it's early stages or if there's more opportunity, particularly around the corner of Kalamazoo and 28th Street. But I can wait and ask that if that's more appropriate.
I have a question about the number of parking spaces. I'm just curious if there's a link between the maximum number of parking spaces and impervious area. So in like when we're talking about normal parking lots that are designed in a way to pack as many cars in as they possibly can, reducing parking spaces generally reduces impervious area. But in a service station, like if we tell them they need 6 less spaces, are they just painting less lines and keeping the same impervious area? I'm just curious if there's any information that's useful as we consider that today.
Well, I think if you approve 6 less spaces, those spaces could not remain impervious because they would be part of the parking lot, and it would be unnecessary impervious space that would become an extra wide drive aisle, and we have limits on the width of the drive aisle. So the ordinance is set that if you do require a reduction of parking, they would need to become green space.
Okay, that helps.
Furthermore, on the trees, I think we've learned that the clustering of trees is hugely important as well, right? So having 4 separate trees is less likely to be healthy than having 4 trees that are in close proximity. So I think that's an additional consideration. Any other questions for Elizabeth? All right, thank you, Elizabeth. We'll invite the applicant up.
We are in the, you did it? Great. Okay, super. Laura was on top of it, and she updated the presentation to include that slide that I somehow deleted. Oops, there we are. Okay, so you may advance with this or here, and I also have this, so I will follow along with what you're saying.
Sounds good. Good afternoon. My name is Matt Levitt. I am a site acquisition manager, real estate manager for Meyer. With me, I have Mr. Jason Vandercote from Fishbeck, who is serving as Meyer's civil design engineer for this project. Just some background, I think we're going to touch on where the CRC is going in my planned introduction. Last year, the CRC actually approached Meyer and asked if we would have an interest in acquiring the property that they are currently in. That building has been there for 70 years. In various phases, it's been built up to what it is today, but the CRC no longer has a need for the size of the building that they are currently operating in. They expressed to us that it has become sort of unwieldy in its size and the amount of employees that they have there on a daily basis, that it's just sort of unjustified, and spending the money to keep the building up was no longer something that they were interested in. So they came to Meyer, asked if we would have an interest in acquiring that parcel. We indicated that we would. I think there's for a while been a desire to maybe move this gas station north towards the 28th Street corridor into that property. But this was the opportunity that we've been waiting for. So they kind of named their price, and we have agreed to acquire the parcel and combine it with the current parcel that's there, and then do some new development all along both 28th and Kalamazoo. Though Meyer admittedly is starting only with the gas station, we did put together the conceptual plan at the request of staff. I don't want any stock necessarily to be put into anything other than the gas station. We showed what's possible on these parcels. There's along 28th Street, that would be a coffee shop and then a small strip center building with restaurant uses. On Kalamazoo frontage, a little bit less intensive uses, like a bank is shown there, and then potentially multifamily residential. But the only thing that we're doing right now is the gas station development that Elizabeth had indicated is part of the phasing plan. I'm happy to answer any of those questions if you have them. I don't think I did that.
Oh, I did that.
Okay.
Your plan.
Okay. So yes, this is what we're proposing currently as phase one. Phase one is the demolition of the current CRC building, including the basement and all substructures under the current building as it stands. The construction of the Meyer C-store that would be at 28th and Kalamazoo, the new C-store, and then once that C-store would be open and operating, we would then go ahead and demolish the existing C-store and fuel center, bringing that back to, as we said, grass or wildflower plantings, so that it would appear as if there was never a C-store there to begin with. Anything else we should touch on? I think I'm happy to answer. I'm sure there are several questions. There are a number of items that we need to go through. I'm happy to address all of those and any questions that may not be even in the packet as presented.
Sure. I guess going from my first question to Elizabeth, did you consider a site design where parking and the pumps wouldn't be in front, that the building would be in front? Did you consider a layout that would be more pedestrian friendly?
So we did not. When you end up flipping the gas station around, you create other issues as it relates to entry, exit, circulation with the pumps facing away from the street. Now you have vehicles that don't see what's there, if there are pumps available, if the gas station is busier. This is certainly the more traditional and desirable fuel setup for Meyer in general, would be to have pumps facing, visibility to the C-store, visibility out from the C-store to the main roads.
So if I can add on to that, with the MCN zone, it's intended to be...
Can you go to the microphone?
Sorry about that. Jason Vandercote with Fishbeck. In the MCN zone, it's accommodating of auto-centric uses while still respecting and promoting the pedestrian uses. So what we have done is provided pedestrian access around the entirety of the site, as well as both from 28th Street and Kalamazoo Avenue. So we've tried to accomplish the best of both worlds for you with the design.
In that vein, can you talk about your decision to request not to have landscape or parking lot screening?
Absolutely. So in the intent of the ordinance with the landscape and parking lot screening, we looked at it a couple of different ways. First of all, the intent of the screening is for adjacent uses or non-compatible uses. In this case, we have 28th Street, which is 35,000 cars a day, and majority of the businesses in this corridor don't have similar landscaping, so we didn't see the need there. Additionally, on the west is the Meyer Supercenter, where we are intending to display our fuel station rather than hide it. So as an adjacent neighbor, we're requesting that we don't have to screen from ourselves. And then finally, we would like to spend the time and effort that we would have spent with the screening in front in the back of the site. And we can get into this in a little bit too, but we are working with Plaster Creek Stewards to transplant and to plant a lot of native species and wild species down towards the stormwater management basins in an effort to do an excellent job protecting the Plaster Creek watershed. So we're hoping to use those resources in a place that benefits Plaster Creek stewards, benefits the watershed, benefits the community, and not necessarily screening the gas station from ourselves and our customers.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
The stormwater retention and detention ponds, are those for the entire site?
Yes, they are. They have been sized to handle the stormwater from the entire site, both the gas station as proposed today, as well as the future development areas. So on the landscape plan on the screen, you can see on the very bottom of the property, we're calling out for a swale, and that's going to collect stormwater from the area where the current gas station exists. And on the east side of the property, adjacent to the urgent care center, we have another swale. So we're collecting stormwater from the entire property at the onset of the development, and then sizing the basins to accommodate that stormwater for perpetuity, which is a big part of the reason why we're having to remove the trees right now and complete the grading right now, is to make sure that all of that stormwater is captured and managed on site in accordance with the ordinance.
Thank you. And I do have one more thing. And as far as the removal of the gas station, do you know what sort of, if any, environmental impacts exist with the current operation?
There are currently no environmental concerns with the gas station. There was we have a clearance letter from a release years ago.
Okay.
And have every intention of removing everything that's underground. And there are no concerns at this time with the testing that we've done leading up to this point.
Okay, great, thank you. And I'm sorry, are there monitoring wells associated with that, or do you know?
There have been monitoring wells installed there in the past.
Okay.
I believe the clearance letter covers that.
Great, okay, thank you.
If I can add one more comment to the landscape, you'll notice that, can you go back to the green image, Elizabeth? Or maybe this one's okay as well. You can see that on the screen in the upper left-hand corner where our notes are, they're covering up what would be the green area.
So I was going to go back to
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, this works too.
there you go. So that green area is property that is not being acquired by Meyer. That property is owned by the Michigan Department of Transportation, and it is intentionally lawn space for what they call clear vision, allowing the vehicles to see traffic from Kalamazoo or from 28th Street for safety. So we're not only are we not proposing landscape there, we don't own the property, and we couldn't put landscape there if we wanted to.
Addressing the transparency deficiencies and that film, so right now you're only proposing transparency on one side of the building. It looks like there are opportunities based on the layout inside that you could at least add transparency on the west side that faces Kalamazoo. And then, so I guess I'd like your thoughts on that, and then as well as the film that you're proposing.
Sure. So on the screen right now is the interior layout of the gas station, the C-store, excuse me. On each of the sides, so to the bottom would be 28th Street, facing the fuel canopy, and on each of the sides, unfortunately, right now it's back room, and it is either so on the left side it's men's and women's restrooms, walk-in coolers across the back left and the back, and then the rest of it is back room. So adding transparency is a safety issue. Plus, what they're going to end up seeing is stacked product on risers versus the interior of the C-store. That's why there's no transparency. It's an issue that I think is inherent in C-store design, that the limited amount of back space competes with cooler space in order to provide the product mix that customers expect. So right now, the only place that you could see into the C-store itself is the front facing 28th Street, and that's why that's the only side of the building with transparency. As for the film, we are currently working on with our asset protection group on evaluating what else is out in the marketplace for that film. The reason that it's proposed where it is because the film is because it is where the cashiers are, and they need to ensure that for safety purposes, that's why it's with asset protection, that they're able to see out into the fuel canopy if there are any issues regardless of where the sun is. And then also at night, it actually increases the visibility, the way that the film manages the filtration of light, both interior and exterior. So we're trying to find a product out there that would meet the requirement. I'm hoping that we can work with staff and continue to propose and look at what they're able to find. We just don't have that solution right now as we stand here today. But it's certainly something that we're looking for. Alternatively, if we can't, if there isn't a product that staff would allow us to apply and says meets the criteria, we would alternatively look to just remove the film and have it be clear transparency. But there are certainly reasons we would prefer to have it versus getting rid of it altogether.
Thank you. And then maybe this is my final question so far, or right now. Can you talk about the additional parking you're asking beyond 120% of the required parking?
So the reason for the ask for the 6 additional spaces, and this is something that we've gone back and forth on internally as well, fueling stations right now are in kind of an arms race, and prepared foods is kind of the big thing that you see from some of our competitors in the marketplace. We're continuing to evolve on that front as well. We've included seating inside of the C-store with the intention that foods that are prepared inside can be eaten if we go to the interior. So down here in the corner next, there is, I believe, 6 stations that would be window front seating, and then 2 tables with 4 chairs each. The intention of those areas is to allow for the food that is purchased in the C-store to be consumed on site, so that you don't have to go eat in your car or eat while you're driving. It gives an opportunity. And so we look at some of those additional spaces as a little bit more long-term than just your kind of pull in, grab and go and leave. So we had proposed a few additional spaces to account for what we consider to be almost a restaurant type use that would have a larger threshold to allow for that seating, and people don't feel like they have to leave because the parking is full and there are other people looking for spots. So this just gives a little bit of flexibility in using that space as long-term parking versus grab and go of an older sort of C-store model.
And if I can add to that, on the C200 civil plan sheet, the 6 extra spaces meet your restaurant requirement for parking for those specific seats, is how we presented it in the application.
Can you talk about the choice to use EIFS on this building as it relates to the fact that it's not approved material in the city of Grand Rapids?
Try that one.
Sure. So the product that we're using is actually not EIFS, even though it appears that way. The product is a stove panel product, which is a pre-manufactured product that has structural integrity as well, whereas EIFS is more of an insulating exterior applied product. This particular product is different than EIFS. And Ariane, if you can help me a little bit, if I haven't done a good job of that.
Yeah, so the stove panel.
At the microphone, please.
Introduce yourself.
As a matter of fact, our recording secretary is out and will be relying on the recording, so we need to be especially careful.
I'm Ariane Marcon. I'm a new store design project manager with Meyer. So the stove panels that have been selected for this building are a load and shear bearing panel, and the panel has a resin cast brick and wood plank texture on the exterior, just like you would get with our prototypical precast panels. I brought some material samples if you would like to look at those, but the intent with the panels is it's different. At the M-Express, it's different. We don't have cart use by our customers. And then we have the building protection with all the exterior bollards to protect the building from any damage.
Does that address your question?
Would you mind sending the samples around? Thank you.
So this is a new product that Meyer is going to use here, I think, for the first time, with the intention being that it's structural versus just plastering on the outside with the EIFS. There are different finish options that we can use. Also in the future, as designs update and allow us to make changes, the panels themselves can be replaced with either a different look, a different finish, a different color, without having to remove any structural elements of the building itself. So there's opportunity for us to keep the C-Store fresh and looking newer, or if we update design elements, we can do those things in a much simpler fashion with this stow panel versus previous construction methods. I think, yes, that's correct, okay. We're all learning about this right now.
Can I go back to the orientation of the building and the screening? Isn't it true at Knapp, there is screening between the gas station and the belt line?
It is true at Knapp. The key difference at Knapp being that Knapp is accessed internally to the development as a PRD zone, and this is accessed externally to the development in a MCN zone. So the underlying zoning is different, the access to the gas station is different, and that's part of a larger supercenter and a multifamily and strip mall complex, whereas this is a standalone gas station on the corner.
Can you describe the purpose of the two towers and a higher canopy, I think, was talked about as well?
I'm going to start with the towers. So the towers, I think they are labeled technically as parapets. However, those are intended to be architectural features. They would sit 7 feet above the top of ceiling, where the parapet across the main entry in the glass section is 4 feet per code. So our request at this point is to consider those as architectural features, not necessarily parapets. They are intended to provide elevation changes in the building, so it's not just uniform across the top. And then also, some sort of design element that is a little bit of a hark back to the main store itself with the tower elements in the entry. So it's a branding element for Meyer as well.
I can't remember exactly the floor plan, but are those spaces used inside, or could these be glassed in?
So in the front left, where the Meyer Express is, are restrooms. So we probably shouldn't look into those. And then the front right is currently shown as back room and team member, I believe those are team member desks or tables that they could take lunch breaks and their required breaks at.
And then the canopy?
Oh, sorry, yes, the canopy. So the idea of the canopy is to provide that link between the fuel pumps over to the store. Again, having a separation in the sizes allows them to meet up but not necessarily connect into one another. I know there's an issue with the canopy height. That's something I think we should address. Right now, it's proposed at 16 feet with the intention of being allowing for additional height, both for maneuvering of larger vehicles, whether it's semi-trucks or the fueling tanker itself. Plus, there are some elements that hang down from the bottom of that canopy height, including lighting and asset protection cameras. So we need to ensure that there's the requisite clearance for those items hanging down from the bottom of the canopy, not just the canopy itself. Thus, we're proposing the 16 feet that is currently.
Yep, if I can add to that, the canopy itself is 3 feet tall, and that makes the top of the canopy above the low parapet, but below the architectural elements on the corners. So if you average the building height across both of those elements, it is 19 foot 6 inches, and the top of the canopy is at 19 foot even. And then the low parapet is at, I think Elizabeth said, 17 foot 6 inches. So while the top of the canopy is above the low parapet, it's still below the average of the two, and it's below the high parapet. So that's how we were looking at it from a code compatibility perspective.
Yeah, and I think staff would disagree with that interpretation. We don't average building heights based on the architectural features, based on the code language that you have. It's the height floor to ceiling. So
Does that need a variance?
This says there's no departure allowed for this, right?
that's correct. There is no administrative departure, meaning neither Planning Commission nor staff have that ability to make a different interpretation, in which case it would either require modifications to the design or it would be referred to the Board of Zoning Appeals for consideration and a variance.
Thank you.
Jason, did you have any comments on the 2 versus 3 interior drive lanes?
Yes, thank you. If we can go back to that slide, Elizabeth, with truck movements. I'm not sure where that is. Okay, so this particular slide shows two semi-tractor trailers. We have one semi-tractor trailer entering from Kalamazoo Avenue, cycling through the road to the south, turning into the gas station around the north side of the fuel island, and then pulling into the fuel tank pad for offload of the fuel. And then it exits the parking lot back onto Kalamazoo Avenue on the west. You can see with the diagram that the tanker truck is able to pass another semi-truck or tanker truck, either a vendor for the store or a potential future outlet user delivery. And so that allows us to have a semi-truck come and go at the same time without creating a conflict or a safety hazard. Additionally, if you look at the 28th Street side, which is our second movement, we have a semi-truck turning left on 28th Street westbound into the site, and then left towards a future outlet user space. And that allows those two semis to pass at the intersection internal to the site. So we feel from a circulation perspective that the additional lane is necessary. In addition to that, what's not shown here is the queuing for the left turn cars leaving the site during peak hour conditions. And that queuing is going to need to have a left turn lane at each of the intersections in order to allow the right turn lane to also turn right, because they're going to have to wait to turn left, whereas they'll be able to turn right a lot quicker. If the left turn blocks the right turn, it's going to back up onto the site and the level of service is going to fail. So from a traffic safety perspective, we're asking for the third lane both for vehicle maneuvering of larger vehicles as well as the safety of the left turn vehicles exiting the site.
How often does this situation arise where you have two 18-wheelers passing each other?
18-wheelers or vendor, it's not always an 18-wheeler, which is why I hesitate. A lot of our vendor trucks are some of the smaller, the Frito-Lays or Coke or Pepsi or whatever.
Right. So they wouldn't need that turn radius.
They would not need that turn radius, but they would need more than a 24-foot throat would allow. And so it does happen, I wouldn't say daily, but I would say weekly, that you have vendors coming and going at similar times.
Okay.
And that's just for our site, right? We have another 4 sites in the future that we're looking ahead towards as well.
Yeah, I think our traffic safety department had maybe a similar thought as what you seem to be alluding to, is that the likelihood of that happening is extremely minimal. And not to mention, if it were to happen, there's adequate vision for the drivers to be able to see each other coming. And so Trap Mobile GR is here if we need to hear more, but
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant at this time?
I have one more. I know that one of the letters that came to us was a discussion about the trash and debris that are already present at the current station. And from a neighborhood perspective, is there anything if you put anything together, or how do you plan on addressing that at your next location?
So Meyer has a standard set up for fueling and a certain cadence that team members are expected to go out and collect trash. Obviously, with the new C-store, we're going to have all new facilities that will probably do a better job than we have in the past. Also, moving it away is just going to help with the neighborhood issue to ensure that any trash that is produced, typically on a windy day, it is not because we're not trying. That's one thing I should certainly point out. Moving it to the corner will help with our neighbors, having additional development, but also just having a site that's a little bit larger, clearer lines, more visibility, more ability to find the receptacles, both on a team member and a customer perspective. It's just only going to help everything in the long run to be better managed. So I expect the new setup will certainly contribute to a cleaner site.
So that will happen. The current one will still operate while you're constructing this one. So I guess related to that question, have there been operations modifications put in place to address the trash situation at the current location?
Yes, so we've notified, I shared the letter with the store director for the main Meijer store, who also has responsibility over the gas station. He let me know what their general schedule is. I asked for some additional, team member eyes to make sure that at a minimum 2 or 3 times a day, somebody's at least scanning the parking lot, making sure that we're seeing if there's trash out there, collecting it. We were made aware of, I think there's mention of tires. We've gone out and taken a look and surveyed the site to see what is actually there and what's on our property, and we will handle those as required from a hazardous material perspective.
Okay, thank you. And we'll open up the public hearing for anyone who would like to comment on this case. Please make your way up to the microphone, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and turn to deliberation.
I have a question for staff regarding the Stowe products. Traditionally, Stowe has been labeled as EFIS by the city, and it's been that way for a very long time. And so while I feel like maybe there's a conversation there, I don't know that I would like to know more about the time and place for that conversation. Because I feel like either the Stowe products have gotten to a point where the city's willing to consider them as an approved material or not. And I don't know that individually, based on samples of just the finished surface and nothing else about how the wall assembly is put together, is enough information for me to change determinations that the city's made in the past. So I'm really curious about how the city sees these things, and then I guess I don't even know if this is a question, but to me, it seems like if there's room for this product or similar products in the zoning ordinance, it needs to be a larger change than just an individual, we're going to allow it at a service station.
So, no, we have not changed our position on the material. And, but that said, not unlike other products and materials, we certainly would be open to a policy conversation with either manufacturers or architectural firms. We've done this for glass, and we've done this for metal siding. And we are open to having an educational conversation, an opportunity for further education of city staff to warrant a policy consideration that would change the allowances. But going back to the ordinance itself, we require buildings to be constructed of brick, glass, fiber cement siding, wood lap, stucco, split face block, or stone. And so those are the material lists that are to be that we are to be working from. We have provided some flexibility with secondary materials and such, including EFIS, but it is not to be a primary material, and we have not changed our position or policy, I should say, on how we've classified that product.
Thank you. So my position on that would be the city has said no, and I don't feel compelled to make individual decisions that go against that.
I'm sorry. I don't know if this is the place to do that. you guys are not Wikipedia, and this is not class, but what is EFOS? And is it dangerous? Is it harmful to us? I guess just a 60-second explanation on why can't we build with EFOS?
You can start. I will.
Okay.
I haven't used it in a long time.
Okay, so the city requires buildings to be constructed of quality, durable building materials. And there are, and also materials that are compatible with materials that are used throughout the city and in certain neighborhoods, meaning traditional materials like a home is typically built of wood or vinyl siding. In rare instances, we have different material choices. But anyway, so we look at what traditionally is used in a neighborhood and that, or a district, and that informs what material choices are available for future developments. But the premise goes back to looking at quality, durable building materials to ensure the longevity of the buildings that are being constructed. And EFOS historically has not been seen as a quality building material. There have been water issues, breakage. It was chipping very easily. Some of it depends on climate conditions. So in our climate being north and cold, we have not seen EFOS to be a building material that has stood the test of time without it looking really inappropriate for the districts that it's in. Brian, do you have more to add from your experience?
No, I think that was a great explanation. I think some of the intent probably is surrounded by the fact that it's a thin, hard surface applied to insulation, or there's more layers in there. And I know that Stowe has added more layers in some of their products more recently, but there's still, for lack of technical term, like a squishy backup for the facade. So if you run into it with, like they had mentioned, carts, right? Like, so they're comfortable here because people aren't pushing carts around. But if you run into it with something, you're likely to dent it or damage it in some way because it just doesn't have a durable substrate or something behind it to hold it, like you would find with traditional stucco or any of the other materials that are approvable.
Yeah, and it does sound like this has a panel system that can be replaced. And again, for me, that would be a policy discussion as to whether or not we need a change to our ordinance to provide greater flexibility with the types of materials. I think it would be inappropriate of the Planning Commission to consider building materials that are outside of the ordinance language without that larger policy conversation. And that's exactly what we've done in the past.
I agree with what you just said. And maybe, well, definitely correct me if I'm wrong. One of the comments that he just made, I'm not for sure what his name is, but he got the nice gray suit on, which I like gray. He had mentioned something to the effect that this material here was not EFOS. Right.
So my point on that is that historically the city has considered those products EFOS. I understand that there might be a distinction, but I think the city has a really long track record of saying these Stowe products fall in the EFOS bucket. And that was my point, is that if there's going to be, if they're going to change that interpretation, I don't know that it should be us doing it here on a case-by-case basis. I think it needs, that's what I was trying to ask, and I think we got the answer, is that it should be a larger change to the zoning ordinance, not us deciding on a case-by-case basis whether or not we're going to allow it.
Also, importantly, bringing us back to the primary building materials, there is a list of building materials that are permitted as the primary materials. Whether we want to debate if this is called EFOS or like EFOS or not, it's still not on the list of the primary building materials. If it should be, or if that's a conversation the Planning Commission would like us to have with individuals that are more familiar with the product, we can do that. But again, that's a policy conversation. It is not a product that's listed as a primary material. And so I'm not sure trying to decide whether this is or isn't EFS is even relevant because it is also still not a primary material that's listed.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not trying to debate that. I skipped biology class for this reason. I guess what I'm just trying to figure out, number one is just to get clarity on exactly what it is. And number two, I guess trying to figure out if they're coming here presenting us with EFS, or what the city is saying EFS, did they know that beforehand? And if they did, I guess why did we just waste almost an hour going through this if we're being presented with the plan that we couldn't approve because the city has already nixed it? And if we all agree that we can approve this even if we wanted to, how about we just table and move on, and then they bring this back when they're ready?
So these items that are brought before you were brought to the attention of the applicant prior. They are listed in the staff report where we had concerns. Within your standards, you do have, or within the ordinance, there is some subjectivity and guidance associated with that. So the landscaping, the building materials, you do have some flexibility to make an informed decision, but you can't do it without justification. And so I think Elizabeth's staff report does lead you back to what we call administrative departures, or that flexibility to make a different decision, but that would have to be part of the deliberation process. So at this point, we've been working with the applicant for several months, getting the project to this point. All of the remaining items that, yes, staff does not support or we are concerned about and feels like should be refined, the Planning Commission has the final authority over those items. So they are not necessarily, let me just rephrase that, they are not objective standards that they are in violation of. They are the subjective standards or the administrative departures that we have to defer to you.
Thanks for that. So I have some concerns with this plan as well beyond the building materials. I guess in terms of starting with the landscape screening, for example, I don't think the intent of landscape screening is to prevent visibility of the use. I think it's right, like it's to make sure that folks walking by, or I know neighboring properties, there are considerations for that, but I don't think anyone is suggesting that we wouldn't want this use to be seen or successful if we're allowing for it to be developed. I also understand how 28th Street functions now, but especially as we're getting ready we're toward the end of a community master plan process, like thinking about long-term and the future of what we want 28th Street to be, or how we wish 28th Street would function in terms of multimodalism and safety. It seems like just allowing what has been developed in the past, maybe even before landscape screening and other kinds of ordinance measures were put in place, like just because it was done 20 years ago on the street doesn't mean that we should allow it now. In fact, now is an opportunity to make change and to go in a different direction for 28th Street. So I'm discouraged that the applicant didn't even consider an alternative site design that would meet that standard of more traditional, closer to the street development and parking not in the front yard. I don't necessarily think the justification for 6 additional parking spaces because of the tables inside makes sense. I would prefer to have less pervious surface. I also, the taking down of trees prior to knowledge of what will be developed on the other sites, I think is premature, and we should preserve as many of the trees as possible and only allow those that are directly impacted by this phase of development be removed. Yeah, those are just some of the things I can think of at the top of my head unless I go through my entire notes. But, I mean, I think there's a gas station in existence. I don't think the use in and of itself is inappropriate in this location at all, but I'm concerned about several site elements.
I agree with you, Commissioner, and I think you're right, and I agree that it's an old model. If you get further down 28th Street towards 96, and you have Meyer there with a gas station as well, although it's located on one thing, I believe past Patterson, there's just more landscaping along the street as well as sidewalk and pedestrian usage as you go in front of Starbucks and a few other places, and then across the street under the expressway to Meyer. A softer presentation. It's really too bad, too, and you probably know more about dealing with MDOT than I do, but you have a triangle of property there. Across the street, you have a lovely green space golf course. The drugstore on the other side has some nice green space that both Meyer on both sides of Kalamazoo there couldn't provide more of an entryway and landscaping. I realize it would be nice if I don't know if there was some opportunity to work with MDOT. I know I've tried in the past in my neighborhood to do that, to get them to clean up some things, and it's not very easy, if at all possible. But that's my sense, is that, we don't have to do that old model, as you're saying, Commissioner. We can look at your own property several miles away that I think has more on-site street landscaping.
And then I think there are some elements that, as we've discussed already, that are just not allowed, right? So, you can't have the architectural elements 7 feet higher than the rest of the building. There's no departure for that. So something has to change in that design element. Also with the canopy. So, those elements are, as far as I'm reading, and are non-negotiable. So that's also something to consider. Do we approve something today do we recommend? Yeah. I mean, we can't approve all of it, so.
No, you're right. There are no departures for that. For us, those are, I'm not going to speak for the applicant, but for us, those are not deal breakers, meaning the project could get approved, recognizing that those architectural elements, those parapets, need to be brought down so that they are not greater than 4 feet above the line. But that can be done. I understand that Meyer, that doesn't align with their preferred architecture, but it can be done. They can lower the canopy. And so we were trying to determine what was in your authority to make the best determination for the site, and what are items that may not be the preference of the corporate entity, but can be done with some changes.
It's beginning to sound, and I'm leaning towards Commissioner Lawrence's recommendations, that there's a number of things that need some amendment to the plan, or some changes that it might be in the best interest of everybody to table it and ask that these remarks be taken into consideration, and a new plan or amended plan or revised plan be brought forward. I put that out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that could be reasonable too, and I guess I would add to the list of things for the applicant to consider is incorporation of transportation or transparency, at least on the west side on Kalamazoo as well, keeping in mind the folks that are potentially walking by that building on Kalamazoo Avenue.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just not comfortable with how a lot of this was presented. I think there are other ways to situate the buildings and the pumps. I think that there are plenty of opportunities to work with Plaster Creek stewards for plantings along the sidewalks and further develop the property with more landscaping. And the other, I did want to ask too, if we're going to visit the truck turn lane situation as well, if maybe we can look at that and talk about that. I'm not quite clear. I think it's with the conversation with Mobile GR, it doesn't seem to be necessary.
I would agree. It's our position that that's an unnecessary addition of pavement that is being created. So first, I think the expectation from Mobile GR is that the curb cut be reduced to I believe it was 24 feet. The desire to have the trucks turning as shown on the screen is probably convenient, but it's resulting in additional paved surface that we don't believe is necessary and could be either used as green space or just a more efficient site design generally.
Just to also confirm that this curb cut right on Kalamazoo, that's not where the existing light and curb cut is, right? That's a little bit north than that, or whichever direction this is. Yeah, north. Okay.
Any other thoughts?
I just, not knowing where the Planning Commission is leaning here, I do want a little bit of clarity on the tree removal and the desire to build the site so that the infrastructure is in place to serve future phases without having a better handle on what those future phases will need, and whether the Planning Commission is comfortable with the tree removal that results from the construction of the detention basins.
Yeah, I guess I was going to ask, what would the city typically expect to see in a phasing plan? I think in the notes it says narrative about expected timelines and the reasoning for the phasing and some additional things.
Yeah, the Planning Commission can certainly accept phasing plans, but with the language of the ordinance, I think you'll note that there's an expectation that more certainty and understanding of what's going to happen is part of that plan. And unfortunately here, it doesn't seem that we have that information. Well, certainly there's room for additional development, and we hope that happens. The phasing plan is really designed to implement the phase of a plan, not of a future unknown plan. So that was our struggle. I think we would typically expect that. We were not necessarily comfortable with it, but also understanding if you're going to go through the expense of building additional infrastructure, it does make sense to do some level of anticipation for future development. It's just it's especially difficult when it's resulting in the loss of the trees. I think if it weren't for that point, it would be far more palatable.
Yeah, I agree. That makes me a little bit uncomfortable, and you really can't, I have a hard time planning ahead and including removal of vegetation. I mean, unless it's detrimental or unless it's in bad shape and it's diseased or something like that. But if we're not knowing what's going to be there, it could be there, something could go in there that would want that space and want those tree space. So I think, it's easy to tear out, but it's certainly not easy to bring that back.
Agree.
Matt, may I invite you back up to share what you're thinking?
So first of all, I'll take the recommendation that we'll table, because we obviously have several issues that we need to take back and study a little bit further and have discussions with city staff. I think just to pick up on the tree conversation that just finished, 90% of the trees that are planned to be removed are unaccredited or invasive species. We are absolutely planning on keeping good trees where they are. So if you look at the plan, based on the MCN district, there is a 10-foot buffer requirement from the edges of the parcel. So along the southern border, in particularly with the homes that are currently there, we're only required to leave 10 feet. Any future development would only be required to leave 10 feet of a tree buffer. We're committing now to do 50 feet because we want to keep the trees. Even though we're not developing those areas, we're leaving those trees where they are and committing to a more significant buffer because we know that's what the neighbors want, and it's appropriate for the district that requires certain tree canopy and tree coverage. As you can see, the limits of disturbance that go along this kind of jagged line here, none of those will be touched. All of the trees that are there will remain because we don't need to do anything there. The only reason that we're taking any trees out from, and there was a tree survey that had a number of red X's, are because those are areas that are either, like I said, 90% of the trees are unaccredited or invasive, and they're in areas that future development, they're in sparsely wooded areas versus the tree line with the neighbors. And in order to have a functional future site, like Kristen mentioned, we want to do some of the infrastructure work up front so that we don't have to go back and do it again, and that those items don't have to be addressed by the future developments. They're more pad ready for development. It's really something that Meyer considers going above and beyond what we need to do just for a gas station pad in order to make the future development of the rest of the site more palatable and easier to be done with less infrastructure work in the future. If you want us to leave the trees on the parcels that we're not working on, I think to some extent we can go back and look at which ones are not impactful to the retention and detention ponds themselves in that infrastructure design. But I think in the future, the conversation is going to skew towards a number of those trees are going to have to be removed, particularly the invasive species or the unaccredited trees. And so we were going to do that on the front end to have an overall healthier site to allow for those trees that are good to remain and to continue to develop. So I don't want there to be any thought that Meyer's intention is to just clear cut and have it be grass so that somebody could come along and look at it and go, hey, we can develop this with less work. It's all towards the greater plan of a better functioning retention and detention system and some infrastructure work that we're doing on the front end so that those amounts of disturbance can be less in the future. So that's really what I would just say on that. Understand on the canopy and the towers, we'll go back internally and take a look at different design elements that we can look at. Same thing with the site. I think we're generally. I don't want to speak for the rest of Meyer on that part. So we'll take a look at the site. This is a standard design that is prototype for us in new store development right now. So the only departure, I think, typically would have 6 pumps. We propose 7 here based on the amount of traffic and expected business that the site would receive. And it's a larger C-store, again, because of the amount of traffic and the expectation of the business model. The parking spaces, that doesn't bother us. We can do away with the extra 6, meet the 120% of code. We will replace it. We'll have to take a look at where, in conjunction with the C-store team, and what that gets replaced with. Hopefully, it's green space. We'll just have to see which, the limits of where those spots get removed. Anything else you think?
I have a question once it's time.
Sure.
My phone is about to die. Otherwise, I would use Beyonce's internet to just figure out what this means. Could you define unaccredited trees?
Elizabeth, is that something that you would address?
Yeah, that we can do that.
While you're looking that up, thank you, Matt. Appreciate your openness and your good notes.
Why I'm looking for the definition, oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Right.
I was,
Why I was looking for the definition and maybe phoning a friend, the unaccredited trees effectively means that when we develop the ordinance, the city forester in partnership with the Urban Forestry Committee, those that are knowledgeable in these spaces, help develop the ordinance that we have that focuses on tree preservation and tree canopy. Prior to that ordinance, sorry, this is a history lesson here. Prior to that ordinance, it was more of a one-for-one. You remove a tree, you replace a tree. And the Urban Forestry Committee, based on their knowledge and skill set, looked at that and said, we really need to focus on the health of the trees, making sure there's soil volume, the clustering effect, looking at the overall canopy coverage of a site and remaining focused on that versus kind of that one-for-one replacement. So with that, there are lists of trees that are deemed to be the most appropriate relative to being native, tolerant of our climate that we have here in Michigan. Then there are trees that are what we call unaccredited. So you don't get credit for them. We may be able to allow them, but they're not either natural to the state of Michigan or appropriate for our climate. So that's it. So they don't count towards the canopy coverage.
They may be brittle or invasive. They have undesirable characteristics. And so they contour tree canopy, but can't be used for landscaping.
that's all I have to address right now. Obviously, we'll take a look at stove panels and EFS, so I understand that it's not on the approved list. So we'll go back and evaluate the building materials as well. But we would request the tabling so that we can reevaluate and come back next month.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to table the request from Meyer Inc. on a 24-hour fueling station on 28th Street in Kalamazoo to allow them time to make some revisions to the plan per our discussion today.
A date?
Oh, is it a date or open?
I think it was July 11th.
Yes, our agendas are overly full.
Yeah.
And
I can't compute this, so why don't, right now, we set it for the July 11th meeting, but I need to be very clear that I can't guarantee that it will be on the July 11th meeting because of the scope, or sorry, the number of cases that are currently there. Otherwise, it would be the August 8th agenda. So if you set it for the 11th, we may have to not be able to hold to that and have to request further tabling at that time.
So I approve putting that as a condition of the motion.
So to July 11th with the understanding that
Yes.
it may have to be further tabled based on caseload of that agenda.
Yes. Is that okay?
Support.
I assume the applicant wants it as soon as possible, not to just go right to August.
So we're on the July 11th meeting already for the signage, so maybe it just pushes that cadence back. We take the site plan in July and signage in August, maybe? Just a suggestion.
Yeah, perhaps. Okay.
Would-
So we have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? Okay, the motion is tabled. Thank you, and we're going to take a 5-minute break. All right, we have 5 commissioners back in the room, so Laura?
Our next case is at 600 Bridge Street Northwest. The request is to establish a new bar and restaurant with alcohol service operating past midnight. 600 Bridge Street is at the southwest corner of Bridge and Seward. It is in the traditional neighborhood Transitional City Center. It is near to the City Center Zone District. To the north is a PRD. It's the Meyer Bridge Street Market and apartments above. And to the south is Transitional City Center Zone District. The previous use of this building was a realtor's office, and there's an apartment on the second floor. The building received special land use approval for ground floor office in this zone district in 2015. There are no proposed exterior changes to the building, aside from on the slide at the bottom. There is a existing window here that is intended to be replaced to provide a walk-up service for takeout food orders. At this time, that is the only exterior planned change. The renovation, as this was office use before, most of the renovation will be interior only to convert from the office to a restaurant, as you can see in the plans on the screen here. The proposed seating will be for up to 91 guests. 40 employees are expected, with approximately 10 per shift. And food service is proposed between the hours of 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. daily, and the applicant is requesting that the bar stay open until 2 a.m. In this zone district, a bar that stops food service and continues to be open past midnight is a special land use. No live entertainment is proposed with this use. An alcohol management plan has been provided to us. And at this time, there is no outdoor service included in this application. However, the applicant, after applying and after the notice was sent out, the applicant has expressed an interest in adding some outdoor seating to the rear of the building at the back. And should this case be approved today, the applicant will come back at a later date for the outdoor use. The applicant has expressed that the upstairs apartment will continue to be rented out until the opening of the restaurant, at which time the apartment will convert into general office use for the restaurant. Relative to parking, at the rear of the restaurant, it's Seward, and there's a public alley. Currently, there are 4 parking spaces on site. As you can see, there is no permanent trash enclosure. The Planning Commission should consider a condition of approval requiring a permanent trash enclosure to be installed on the property. Should a permanent trash enclosure be installed, it will likely take the space of 1 parking space, leaving 3 available parking spaces. A bar with an occupancy of 91 requires 23 parking spaces. And so there is a deficit of 20 parking spaces, which, so the applicant is asking for a waiver of reduction of the parking, which could be satisfied through on-street district parking and alternate modes of transportation. Before I turn it over to the applicant, does the Planning Commission have any questions for me?
Any questions for Laura? Okay, thank you. We'll invite the applicant up to share any additional information.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mike Hanrahan. I'm an attorney for the applicant, Bridge Street Bar LLC. With me today is Rob Wall, who's the owner of Bridge Street Bar LLC. Given the agenda here today and the time of where we're at, I did have a brief presentation, but I'll ask you as the Commissioners if you'd like to just have me forego that and ask me direct questions and perhaps save some time for everyone else, or if you'd like me to just proceed. I'm open to either.
As long as it's brief, I think you can proceed.
I'll keep it succinct. Thank you very much. As you know, we're here today seeking approval for a special land use for the operation of a bar and restaurant with alcohol service located at 600 Bridge Northwest. Secondarily, we're also requesting a parking waiver, as already been said. Of important concern, any time a bar or restaurant with alcohol service is being reviewed in front of the commission, is the positive or negative aspects on the neighborhood in which they occupy. Particularly in this case, whether the approval of the special land uses we're requesting will be complementary to the West Side Corridor Improvement District, otherwise known as the West Side CID, which is how I'll identify moving forward. So the West Side CID consists of a number of restaurants, bars, and a combination of both. The West Side CID has been a feature and has become really a feature of the Grand Rapids entertainment and I'll call it the downtown scene, so to speak, because of its accessibility to bars and restaurants and generally a fairly wide access to parking options that are in the near or immediate vicinity. Addition of Bridge Street Bar is consistent with the Westside CID's plan to provide incentives for businesses to bring their storefronts to the area. Local bars and restaurants in the Westside CID are bursting at the seams right now. They're extremely busy. It's very common to see a 2 to 3 hour wait during dinner hours for a lot of the restaurants that are down there. Most and many of them are at least an hour, but you get to some of the nicer ones and you're looking at 2 to 3. And I can say that from experience being down there about 2 weekends ago. That being said, the Westside CID has, we believe, the capacity and the need for additional bars and restaurants in the area. We've been in contact with local neighborhood groups such as the West Grand Neighborhood Association as well as John Ball Park. They've asked us to come speak to them at their monthly meetings, and we intend to do so here in the very near future, whether that's the end of June or July. I believe they're only meet once a month or so. That being said, we'll discuss obviously our plans for Bridge Street Bar with them. To briefly touch on our request for a parking waiver, I've provided a letter to the Commission which details the calculations for parking, additional lots in the surrounding area, and we think it provides adequate support for a parking waiver given the abundance of public lots and off-street parking in the area. So to that end, Commissioners, I'll keep the rest of my comments brief and just ask if you have any questions for us.
Have you considered how you'll handle the trash?
Yes, so if we can perhaps go to the picture that was provided of the back, you will see us again shortly, as already been said. I think that there's going to be an SLU request for a patio in the back, and we do have some updated drawings I just received today. So what really the plan is, right here is where we're going to be looking to put in basically a fenced-in trash area, and really the intention is to essentially wall in everything back there. So there's a patio for use. There's going to be a specific area for trash that's going to be out of sight, hopefully a little bit out of mind and out of smell too. But that's the initial plan.
Did you approach your neighbor about sharing the dumpster that's in the picture?
We haven't yet, just because our architect was, happy to put some of those things together, but that's certainly an option that if it's cheaper, we'll definitely approach them and ask for sure.
Any other questions for the applicant at this time?
I don't know if you're going to come back at a later time about the outdoor.
We will likely either have an amendment or a completely new SLU request, yes.
Would that include any more transparency on the back?
That won't have, besides likely walling that in, and again, at that time, we'll have updated plans that we will submit, but I believe that that's what the future request will entail, yes.
Okay. And I've read your parking plan, and I live down the street, so I understand parking. The parking lot, there's a dash lot behind you, I think? Is that what you're looking at using?
It's a little bit behind us and what I would believe is a little bit southeast of us, I believe.
Okay, okay. That isn't going to be taken out by the arena, or the stadium, I mean.
Not that one, I believe it's
I don't think it is.
further back, I believe, but I don't have all the details on that either, but to the best of my knowledge, no.
Okay.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll open up the public hearing for anyone who would like to comment on this case. Make your way up to the microphone. State your name for the record. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and entertain discussion.
I can agree. Luckily was able to get into the newest restaurant, Gin Gin's. Had to make an appointment a week ahead of time for later at night. And I have seen 2-hour waits up and down there. And it just doesn't, I mean, it just keeps going. More people out there. So I often say another bar, but yeah, that seems to be able to attract, and the more the merrier, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a great spot for an additional restaurant bar, adding vitality to the district that's already doing well. It has transit service. It's part of the service area for the scooters and bikes. There are more and more people that are living in this neighborhood too, so I'm not concerned about the parking waiver either, or the hours of operation.
Would this make this the first bar that's open past midnight?
No.
No, okay.
No, I think Elizabeth put some in the staff report, right? So O'Toole's and Steel Cat and...
Steel Cat, General Wood Shop. Steel Cat.
Oh, I'm
General
sorry,
Wood
Laura
Shop,
put them in the staff report.
O'Toole's, Anchor Bar, Turnstiles.
And the General Wood Shop and O'Toole's are both in the same zone district. Steel Cat and Anchor Bar and Turnstiles is in the TCC zone district. General Wood Shop, O'Toole's, and the Anchor Bar are in the City Center zone district.
The zone district makes all the difference for me, so the main point being it's not TBA.
Yeah, and there's no residential directly, like low-density residential properties like behind it or something, which isn't as much a consideration for this, I think, but would be for a future outdoor seating SLU application.
I also appreciate the walk-up window element. I think that adds, again, to the vibrancy. Any other?
Are you able to sell alcohol through a walk-up window, or just food? Is anybody, a restaurant bar, allowed to do that? I can't remember the alcohol restrictions.
If there's a social district,
Oh,
if it's
yeah.
in a social district, then in theory you could.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a add-on to your license.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen that yet.
All right, any further discussion? Or do someone willing to make a motion?
I can make a motion unless someone really wants to that hasn't done one. Okay. All right. I'll do it. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the special land use and site plan review request of Bridge Street Bar LLC, Rob Wall, to establish a new bar and restaurant with alcohol service operating past midnight with a parking waiver at 600 Bridge Street Northwest for the following reasons. The proposed use would be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will support the vitality of the local economy by encouraging investment, diversifying the economic base, and expanding employment opportunities, and support development of a compact, walkable commercial center that provides a mix of uses located on a transit route. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of section 5.12.8.e because the use will be located internally within an existing building. The building provides adequate means of ingress and egress by public streets and walkways. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment because the proposed hours of operation are similar to other establishments in the area. Potentially adverse effects arising from the proposed use will be minimized because adequate district and on-street parking is available in the area to support the use, and the existing storefront entrance on Bridge Street will be utilized. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, smoke, odors, glare, or visual clutter because no live entertainment is proposed and no outdoor seating or activity is proposed at this time. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment because aside from a new walk-up window, no changes are proposed to the existing building which is already located at the sidewalk. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city because the use is not anticipated to result in nuisances that require excessive code enforcement actions. The proposed use will comply with all other applicable city ordinances and policies and all applicable state laws. Given the character, location, development trends, and other aspects of the neighborhood, it is demonstrated that the proposed location for alcohol sales will be an asset to the neighborhood because there is a demand for this type of use in the neighborhood, and the use will contribute to an already vibrant commercial district. The use or change in use as constructed and operated by the applicant is compatible with the neighborhood because the scale of the operation is compatible with other uses in the area. The proposed hours of operation are consistent with other establishments in the vicinity. The use as proposed to be operated by the applicant will minimize or eliminate negative secondary effects on the neighborhood because an alcohol management plan will be in place. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard condition set A, approvals on the screen and previously read. And 2, no live entertainment is part of this approval. Any entertainment shall require Planning Commission approval. And 3, that a LUDS permit shall be obtained to include a permanent trash enclosure constructed and placed in accordance with section 5.2.13 of the zoning ordinance.
Support.
We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion's approved.
The next item on the agenda is a request to establish a bar and restaurant with a permanent partially enclosed food truck court and indoor and outdoor seating with alcohol service. A partial parking waiver is also requested, along with optional plan review for building height for the new building on the property. The property is located at the corner of Bridge and, where are we again? Lexington. I almost said Gold. I was thinking of the previous one. And I guess maybe I should establish that this is sort of a redo of a previous approval that I think was in February of last year for a similar use. The difference here is that the applicant is proposing all new construction. The existing improvements on the lot will be demolished and the new building constructed. The property is in the TCC zone district, and it is not so far from what we just considered, the previous item. So right now we have the former Chase Bank building. That was the most recent use of that building. You can see on the site that there is a drive-through canopy. The front of the existing building is two stories, and the rear is 1 story. And we have other multiple-story buildings in the vicinity. The applicant intends to demolish all the improvements and build what you see here. Several elements of the request require your approval. That will be the sale and service of alcohol, the outdoor seating, and the parking reduction. There's also an element of optional plan review, and that is this single-story element. This zone district, the TCC, requires a minimum of 2 stories, and optional plan review is being requested to facilitate this particular design. I won't go into the details of optional plan review. They are in the packet, but it's to allow it can allow some creativity in design. And so that is why we pursued or recommended pursuit of optional plan review in this case. The proposed hours of operation are 10 p.m. on Sunday through Thursday and up to 11 p.m. on Friday and Saturday. No live entertainment is proposed indoors or outdoors. We might want to clarify intentions for outdoor ambient music in the courtyard or the seating deck. Part of the request is a parking waiver, and as you can see on the slide that I'm showing you here, we have the floor plan of the proposed use, and south of the alley at the rear of the property is an existing parking lot. Let's see, I can show you better here. There's an existing parking lot that served the Chase Bank. The applicant proposes to reuse that parking lot. Because it's an existing lot, it's not actually part of this request, but parking for this use will be on that lot. The lot will have 16 spaces, and for this use, that will be a deficiency of 29 parking spaces. As you know, the Planning Commission has the discretion to reduce the parking requirement based on the availability of on-street parking and public transit, and that's what is being requested here. We do have letters of support from the West Side Corridor Improvement Authority as well as the Stockbridge Business Association. And the applicant can provide additional details of that outreach. I have not gone into detail of the floor plan or the building because I don't think I can do it justice. I'm leaving that to the applicant's architect. But I do want to add that really the plans that we have here are mostly conceptual in nature. A pretty detailed conceptual plan. Because this is a new building, it will be fully vetted by staff for compliance with all zoning requirements. So we're really looking at the things that I've identified in the staff report. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have for me or turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Any questions? Okay, we'll invite the applicant up.
Thank you. My name is Ben Franceschi. I'm principal at Matheson Architects, responsible with Matt Christie here from our team for the design. David Meikle, owner of the Backlot, who currently has 2 locations in Petoskey and Charlevoix, where the business is thriving. So as Elizabeth said, this is a return visit. Unfortunately, our design for the Dutlers grocery store project, which was an adaptive reuse project, didn't work out, but we're very excited to be at arguably an even more prominent and important location in the city. We loved that the prior project was adaptive reuse. We also were able to inherit or sort of utilize a lot of the design lessons that we learned in that project for really what is the spirit of this project, which is predominantly about community, to bring the activity of the business and to offer that life that occurs in the food truck courtyard as an amenity to the neighborhood and to the street. So we were doing the same thing at the Dutlers project, and we're doing the same thing here. So really, you know, the idea of having a transparent wall at this important intersection where you have Bridge Street, which is prominent, but of course Stockbridge, which is also, thank you, an angled street, which gives a really interesting kind of gateway opportunity into the Bridge Street corridor, to see that life of the Backlot, of all of the sort of people who will be occupying the space. We felt that that was really important and could work really well on this site. So in terms of the optional plan review, we've importantly made sure to have part of the brick and mortar part of the business respond directly to what is, I believe, One Bourbon to the east. Can I do that? Yeah. Respecting the facade lines and also the scale of the first story that we're carrying through before we step down the project to this single transparent wall, and then on the back as well, making sure we hold that 2-story line on the other side before we step down. So that's really an essential part of this project. Like I said, one of the things we're most proud about working on this project as their architect is that this business type food truck is both an incubator for small businesses who might not otherwise be able to start their own business, and really gives them a home, and furthermore provides really good food options in a great environment for all income types. So, drawing from, the neighborhood, from the whole city, really, we feel that that's just a very successful model and in a great direction for Bridge Street, especially with all that there is to come for kind of inviting that level of diversity for its customer base. And then for the parking waiver, yeah, the lot to the south, the 16 spaces, is part of this property, and we're glad and feel fortunate that we have the 16 spaces. This is a very walkable neighborhood. We also have a lot of bike parking, and of course, as we've said just a few minutes ago, access to public transportation and all the pedestrian sort of traffic on the street. Thank you.
You're not using EFS, are you?
Would you like me to?
Any serious questions for the applicant?
I just have one. Can you tell me how trucks get in and out of?
That's a great question. Yeah. So the trucks will be going, I'm going to go back to the rendering. They will be passing through these. Well, I'm going to start by saying that the average lease period for David, for the owner of these food trucks, is at least a year, maybe two. So the concept of them moving back and forth across the site, it's very minimal. These are really kind of fixtures on the site, but there would be, a late night, early morning, if they did need to move the trucks through one of these portals. So we would imagine either through this area or a removable area of brick wall here in one of the openings.
As you engaged with the other businesses in the district, how does it go when you talk about bringing in food trucks in competition, potentially in competition with brick and mortar establishments?
We haven't had those specific conversations, but I think in general we feel that this will just be an asset overall, providing another option for people, just making the neighborhood have that much more variety and attracting that many more people.
You had said that this facade, or this false facade, is transparent, but it looks like on your elevations and in the renderings, there's something going on in those openings. Can you describe the materials in those openings?
Sure. Yeah. So the transparency is really through these metal mesh screens that are in each aperture. So they're designed to appear like windows, but they'll have a metal mesh screen that will help with controlling access to the courtyard, but also still provide a lot of that, audible connection for passersby about what's happening in the courtyard. It also gives the ability for greenery to grow on the screens themselves.
So those screens can be anywhere from very transparent to opaque. Where are you at?
We haven't detailed the screens yet, but I would imagine, a mesh that it was, 3-inch squares or something like that.
Okay.
Very, very, very transparent.
And then as far as operation of this outdoor space, is it during off hours? Is it gated?
Yeah.
How does it work?
Yeah, so all of these main openings would be gated during off hours. Yep.
Any thoughts on what you might use that space for in the wintertime? Is that just going to be a downtime, or will you be operating through that time, or?
Yeah, go ahead if you want to take that.
Just based on current facilities, it's really not fun to be in a food truck in the winter because when you open up the window, all the heat goes up through their hood vent. So we found that in the December, January, February, March, it's probably not ideal, so they'll probably be shuttered. Probably April through November probably is going to be probably sort of the window. We are going to have some fire pits, but we found that people really, at least in Petoskey, don't really hang out outside, really. So it'll probably be seasonal outside.
But will the inside remain?
Inside, yep. So we
Okay.
have four inside. So we'll be fully operational inside all year round.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah. And, who knows? It may be if you have a warm winter, people might be willing to sit outside. It's to be determined, really. Intent versus actual usage is always a little bit different.
Ben, maybe you should just talk about the internal operations and how they're stored food kiosks.
Yeah, would you like me to walk through the plan of the operation of the brick and mortar part of the facility? Yeah. So what's cool about this plan is that in addition to the food trucks that are exterior, which will be likely a little more dormant in the off-season, similar business model inside, we have 4 kiosks, which are the same thing basically as a food truck. It's just in a brick and mortar location. So 4 small businesses that will run their own food operation. So people visiting these it would be the same procedure as visiting a food truck outside. In addition to the bar, and then we have some just basically lots of indoor and outdoor seating and back of house space and rentable space for private parties, bridal showers, etc.
In terms of the choice for the optional plan review to step down that corner to 1 story, is that for like the viewer, like people who are on that 2nd story to be able to view out to the neighborhood? I guess talk about the justification for that.
Yeah, sure. I think in general, we found that, so we're matching the canopy line of the Hendrick and Bridge Street Market across the street. So we feel we've established what is, or maintained what is the very strong single-story datum on Bridge Street that we feel provides that sense of placemaking on the street. But yes, to be in the courtyard and to be able to see out to the surrounding buildings, the rendering that we did shown from the window of the Hendrick actually is where we took this photograph. To be able to see that life, we saw as a positive architectural kind of move here. And also just that it would have been onerous and or imposing to create a 2-story wall with this same program on the street.
Sunshine.
Yes, and access.
And then, so there's no entertainment or outdoor live entertainment proposed. Do you anticipate like ambient music or like at a talking level or something?
Yeah,
Okay.
and we will point them, from the street side in.
Okay.
We do it at both locations.
Cool. Thank you.
We're not the type to blare obnoxious music.
At the mic, do you mind repeating that for the recording?
No problem. So there will be ambient music in the courtyard that will be pointed inward just for the enjoyment of the people in the courtyard.
Any other questions for the applicant? You're good.
This one's strictly out of curiosity. Are these food trucks going to have shore power or something along those lines so they don't have generators running like we typically experience?
Yeah, so we'll run natural gas and electricity and water. So that'll be a requirement that they'll have to convert. Most food trucks are propane, so we convert them. So it's how we do it in Petoskey and Charlevoix.
I appreciate that response to a question that had nothing to do with this.
There is going to be no generator running. Yeah, that's a no.
Okay, no further questions. We'll open up the public hearing. For anyone who would like to comment on this case, make your way up to the microphone. State your name for the record and tell us what you think.
Corey DeMint is my name. I'm not actually here for this, but I was just curious on the food truck rule because it pertains to the next one that's coming up. I was always under the assumption that Grand Rapids had ordinances against food trucks where you're selling food out of a food truck. Different story if you're catering, where your food truck shows up and someone has paid for the entire bill and you're just serving out of the food truck. So I was just wondering if you could clarify any ordinances or rules about food trucks being in the city of Grand Rapids. And like I said, just because it kind of pertains to the next one, and I don't want to say anything that I shouldn't be saying without being informed. Nothing again.
Very good. We will respond to that. Any other comments? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Elizabeth?
Mobile food truck vending in operation for 90 days or more may be permitted by qualified review. It's an administrative process by which we will send out notification, and if there are no objections, then we will administratively approve the food truck. In this particular case, because they were going for alcohol and other things, we just went straight to special land use. And so there was, notice to all the required parties within 300 feet, as well as neighborhood associations. So we have that qualified review process, and if there are objections, it goes to special land use. If there are no objections, it can be administratively approved.
What about the distinction between reserving a truck, paying the bill, and having them serve the food versus individual transactions? Is there any distinction?
If we do have options for temporary use of food trucks on site up to 90 days. If there's a food truck in association with a restaurant, if it's going to be permanent, generally speaking, it would need qualified review or special land use. And we have seen a number of occasions or situations where maybe bars will want to have a permanent food truck space, and those have come to Planning Commission through special land use.
Okay. I'll invite the applicant back up if there's anything else you'd like to say right now. Okay. Then we'll turn to discussion.
I think this is an exciting project. I was excited about it when it was located on the next block, and I'm potentially even more excited about it here. Having the indoor element that operates year-round is an added bonus. I think, I'm comfortable with, in terms of the final materials and site design, all of that, that staff can handle that. But yeah, I think it adds to the vibrancy of this district again, and I'm excited about it, in full support. As I said before, with the last case too, lots of transportation options. People don't have to drive and park, so I'm comfortable with the parking waiver as well.
What I like about this project is that it brings an element of diversity. And I remember the first time you were here, you were talking about people going out to eat, and this person likes this kind of food, this person won't eat Mexican, vegan, and this gives that opportunity. Also, and I think this is a real family, child-friendly kind of environment, and that kind of adds another option that you might not see in a few of the other places. And of course, then, just up and down the street, the transparency and openness just bring that whole neighborhood together in a way that makes you feel good about community and safety and entertainment.
Yeah, I also, in terms of the optional site plan review, or plan review for the building height, I think it's how they've designed it is appropriate, consistent with what's around it, and I appreciate the ability for folks sitting on that second level to be able to see the neighborhood and all the activity that's going on, so I'm comfortable with that as well.
So in general, love it. I think that the use is very interesting. The fact that that you're providing a similar level of service from the interior. So I think the use is appropriate. Obviously don't have any parking issues, no alcohol issues, none of that. I do find that it, like from an active use on the street, it's slightly concerning. You're basically just looking at the backside of food trucks. So all the activity, it's very inwardly focused is how it feels from a plan arrangement. And I guess I'm tripping up on that a little bit just from like what we typically require from projects and how we consider the pedestrian experience as it relates to these projects. And I love to have more interaction between the interior activity and the public. The other thing would be that selfishly, I would love to see more density here. It'd be great if it was a bigger project with mixed use, but I know that doesn't always happen, but just, so that's probably a comment nobody really needs to listen to. So in general, I support the concept and the idea and everything about it. I am a little concerned about how inwardly focused the corner is. I do think that there's opportunities with a project like this to activate the street well and to make this an amazing space that serves those goals.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a very nice project. I'm excited about the use. I hadn't, until you pointed that out, I hadn't really considered the pedestrian experience with the backs of the trucks up to the openings there. I was really excited about those openings. You know, hearing that it's very transparent is great. I think it would be awesome to feel that vibrancy from the street. I don't know if you touched on this, Ben, but was there consideration to reorient those trucks so that they weren't up against the openings there? Maybe they were on the interior of the project?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question that we appreciate. We definitely looked at alternate layouts. Food truck clearances, they're 10 by 20. They have to be 10 feet away from basically anything except a freestanding wall, from those elements. So the planning of them is tricky. In fact, this whole building design, the dimensions of the building are basically a product of more or less the dimensions of a food truck and their clearances. So that's just to paint the picture for starters that the number of iterations or options that we could have given those clearances by putting the food trucks inside to create a more, I suppose, activated area between the street and those food trucks, if we imagine sort of an island of them, for example. We decided in the end that yes, to have a bit of this buffer where you're still hearing the sounds of the courtyard inside, you're still walking along an attractive wall that has greenery on it, and that once you enter into the middle of this space, you get that encompassing sense of community with the trucks surrounding you. We felt that that was, in the end, more of an asset overall. That yes, there was a moment of compression or sort of, you sort of deferred gratification before you got in there. We felt that that was worth it on this project. Furthermore, the wall, which we think is an important urban element for placemaking, if you were to imagine different food truck layouts within the courtyard and maintain the wall, then you've cut up the courtyard. So you're creating kind of interstitial space between the trucks and the wall that we would argue is less valuable. So creating one central communal space is what we went for here.
Also, the garage doors, inside out.
Yeah, and that's a good point. So keeping as much porosity between the building and the courtyard by not placing sort of islands of trucks within the courtyard, we felt was important.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Or does someone have a motion?
I can do it. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the request of 484 Benneville LLC, David Michael. Sorry about that. For special land use, site plan review, and optional plan review, approval to establish a bar and restaurant with a permanent partially enclosed food truck court, indoor and outdoor seating with alcohol service, a partial parking waiver, and a new single-story building at 616 Bridge Street Northwest for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and the intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will support the vitality of the local economy by encouraging investment, diversifying the economic base, and expanding employment opportunities, and support the intent of the West Side Area Specific Plan Village Center designation, which encourages the growth of retail shops and restaurants at the intersection of primary and secondary streets. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of 5.12.08.E because the proposed new building will reestablish the street wall, and the development will be designed to meet all other requirements of the zoning ordinance. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment because the proposed use will support the desired mixed-use character of the neighborhood. Potentially adverse effects arising from the proposed use will be minimized because the proposed courtyard screens, added green space, and architectural design will help create a buffer between the outdoor use and the neighboring properties. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, noise, smoke, odors, glare, or visual clutter, because the outdoor seating areas are oriented away from nearby residential uses, and the hours of operation are consistent with similar uses in the vicinity. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment, because the architectural design of the courtyard will anchor the corner while activating the street. Adequate public or private infrastructure and services does already exist or would be provided at no additional cost because the site is currently improved with the public infrastructure and reliance on additional public services is not anticipated. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city because the use is not anticipated to result in nuisances that require code enforcement actions, and the use will encourage other investment in the area. Given the character, location, development trends, and other aspects of the neighborhood, it is demonstrated that the proposed location for alcohol sales will demonstrably be an asset to the neighborhood because, as proposed, the use will be unique as compared to existing uses in the neighborhood, and support for the proposed establishment has been expressed. The use or change in use as constructed and operated by the applicant is compatible with the neighborhood because the proposed hours of operation are consistent with the operations of other establishments in the vicinity. The use as proposed to be operated by the applicant will have any or minimal negative secondary effects on the neighborhood because the use is not anticipated to result in nuisances that require code enforcement actions, and the use will encourage other investment in the area. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard condition set A, approvals on your screen. That this approval does not include any proposed signs, and any future signs shall be subject to the requirements of Article 15 of the ordinance and permits received prior to installation. That's all part of this. Oh, it is? Yeah. Oh, yeah, good catch. That was on your screen, and I just wanted to reiterate the importance of number 3. That this approval does not include outdoor entertainment. Sorry about that, guys.
Should we add to that, but it does allow for outdoor ambient music at a conversational level?
Yes.
Support.
A motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
Aye.
The motion passes. Our next case, 1119 Wealthy Street.
Okay, our last item on the agenda is a request to establish permanent approval of mobile food vending with associated seating on a commercial property at 1119 Wealthy Street Southeast. The mobile food vendor is currently operating on the site with a temporary use permit, which allows operation of up to 89 days. And I believe he has a couple of weeks left yet on that approval. The applicant previously applied for qualified review approval to permanently establish the operation. And the way that works is that if there are no objections or no one requests a public hearing, when we send out postcards in notification for the qualified review, then it can be administratively approved. In this case, we did receive several objections or requests for a public hearing, and so now the matter has moved on to special land use. The property is located in a TN-TBA zone district. It is also in the Wealthy Theater Historic District, and the plan has been reviewed for compliance with historic district standards. Generally, for historic preservation, anything that is not permanent doesn't need to have historic preservation approval, but anything permanent would. The permanent elements of this proposal have been reviewed by historic preservation, and that has been approved. So the property is located at the northwest corner of Wealthy and Visser, and it's about 3,700 square feet in area. It's partially paved with concrete, and that provides parking for the adjacent property. The applicant will not be utilizing any of that paved surface. The applicant is currently on the portion of the property that is green space. And here are a few photos so you can see what it looks like. There is a hardscaped path along the property that was already there. The applicant has put a few picnic tables out for folks to, for outdoor seating. As you can see, there is trash on site. The applicant does propose some permanent improvements, and I will get to that plan. Should this be approved, they do plan on having a permanent fence on the site around the edges, and they do also plan on some landscaping. Initially, the applicant was using a gas or propane fueled generator, and I would like, when the applicant is up, to explain where that was located and where it has been moved. I understand that when the operation began, there were some complaints about, or at least there was a complaint, I should correct myself, about the noise of the generator. The applicant relocated the generator, and I believe that there has been no further complaint. However, If approved, the applicant does intend to establish a permanent electrical connection. So in sum, we're looking at the permanent establishment of a food trailer at 1119 Wealthy Street Southeast and the associated outdoor seating. Do you have any questions for me before I turn it over to the applicant?
Hi, my name is Pedro Diaz Mora, and this is my wife.
Yeah, I'm Allison Diaz-Mora.
We own.
He's the face of Taqueria Chilango and also the chef, and I'm like the business aspect of it. So.
Yeah. Well, as you can see, we have the food trailer set up in the land, and we try to bring something different in the community, like different, actually like traditional, real street food from Mexico City. So this is what the name is Chilango means. Chilango means from Mexico City, like Michiganator, something like that. But yeah, we bring in our idea to the land was like, nah, it was not useful. So like I spoke to the guy from the barbershop to see if we can use the land to get like a food truck thing there in the space, because it was pretty much empty with garbage. Also, like they have sometimes like bottle glass water right there throwing, and I was like, I feel like to be using the land to do something different in the land. And then the idea is to bring, to put fences, solar lights, power, the water, the gas, if it's possible. But yeah, that's what we try to do.
Yeah, so in regards to the generator, we originally had it at the front of the trailer on the first opening weekend, and we got told that I think it just was amplified up because of the brick building next to it on Visor. So they just asked if we could move it to the back and see how that did, and we moved it to the back the next day, and then we were told that they actually couldn't hear anything from the windows. So we haven't had any more complaints about that. We have spoken to even the first houses that are
The one house is behind.
right behind this picture, and they said they can't hear the generator at all. So it must have just been amplified on this brick where the noise went up. But our generator, we did purchase the extra, like,
Just
more
for-
quiet one. It was 62 decibels instead of the required 80. So it is a pretty quiet generator. But we were hoping not to use a generator at all. It's just for the temporary permit, we needed one until we got like a permanent zoning. Then we'll put electric in, and then the generator should not be there anymore. But yeah, we've spoken to the community a lot. We've gotten a lot of signatures for support. People really like our idea. It was a really unutilized lot that the owners had since the 70s, so he was very excited that it was something that we could use it for. And we hope to beautify it, add some non-invasive native species, probably mostly shrubs of some sort, because if you go too much with the flowers, then you bring in the pollinators, and people don't like to eat with bees and such. So we'll do our best to utilize that, but it is an all like sunlight lot, so I'm very excited for the plant species that I can bring, because it brings more
Yeah, and
abilities for me.
also our customers, like 100% of our customers, like 50% is like they work or bike. And we talked to also the Uptown, and they said they're gonna help us with the bike racks, and they put like bike racks in it. Parking, they have a parking spot behind of Wealthy Theater. I think it's like free. But like I said, most of our customers biking, like bike or run or walk.
Got a lot of dog walkers.
A lot of dog walkers. We pet friendly too, so that's another thing we bring into our trailer.
Okay, very good. Any questions for the applicant at this time?
I just have one. Expect this to be, oh, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Is this a seasonal or year-round?
I
you hoping?
I try to make it work
Year-round.
around, get around, and then hoping winter we see how we can do, like try to do warmers or something, If not, I want to do like, at the end of the summer, try to do like Uber Eats or something like that so that people can just come pick up the food. Because we also have a lot of vegan stuff, so our people around there love vegan things, and they're excited for us to be there. They say not a lot of restaurants have like vegan things, so like we bring a lot of those dishes, and people are excited about to have those like those takeout Uber things. Like it'd be cool to do that too. Yeah.
As far as the generator goes, does it only operate when you're open?
Yes, it's just operate, and then yeah, that's all we do.
Perfect. Thanks.
Operate. And it's like 11 to 8 at night.
Yeah, currently the owner of the barber shop has allowed us to plug in overnight
Yeah.
for him, but then we just run the generator during the day.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. We'll open up the public hearing. If you'd like to comment, please do.
Corey DeMint is my name. I own the Electric Cheetah and Testarossa and Uncle Cheetah's Soup Shop on Wealthy Street. And one of the issues that we've been having, and it's been happening for a couple summers in a row now, is we're just randomly getting people who set up a tent and a table with some tinfoil pans and start selling barbecue and things like that. Most recently, it's been out in front of Family Dollar, and there doesn't really seem to be any policing of the situation as far as trash being emptied. I know that, first of all, I don't have any problem with this because I have a food truck, and if this goes forward, I would love to park my food truck on a grassy space around one of my properties and do the exact same thing. But I'm concerned that we're setting a precedent for people to not ask and just set up and without health department, because we've called the health department several times, they don't come out and do anything. The police department, they just have other things to worry about, so they don't have anything to do with it. So I'm concerned that the street is going to become the potential flooding of food trucks and trailers. And unlike Bridge Street, Wealthy Street does not have an excessive amount of people coming up and down the street. And I would be concerned with several other food trucks coming in if this were allowed to go forward, that the businesses on Wealthy Street will suffer. As a soup shop, obviously it's difficult to sell soup in the summer. We actually switch our menu, and we've been doing it for 10 years now, to a street style taco menu in the summer to supplement our businesses because, and it works, people come in for it. So to have a similar type of business right next door on a piece of property that, do we know whether the food is being prepared in a licensed kitchen, et cetera, I pay money for all those things. And I've played ball, I've gotten approvals, I pay a lot of taxes, and I pay a lot of people to do what I do on Wealthy Street. And I just don't think it's exactly the right time and place for something like this to come up. I am all for the progress of the city moving forward. I'm just concerned that there are not enough people to frequent the number of restaurants that we have on Wealthy Street now. And if we start bringing in food trailers, it will bring, just by nature, people will not come into the restaurants anymore, and they will visit these food trucks. Food trucks are very popular. I mean, again, it's why I have one myself. We purchased it over COVID to supplement our difficult time that we had staying afloat. Like I said, with just setting the precedent that it's okay to take any green space and park a food trailer on it and go to work. To me, it's not exactly fair, given Wealthy Street, how it is right now, that the tax-paying people who have brick and mortar businesses who have been there and established a business based on that potentially could be damaged due to an excessive amount of food trailers coming in. But of course, like I said, my interest is if this is allowed, I am absolutely going to apply because I have several spaces that I could park a food truck to. Not exactly what I want to do, however, that's what I have to say. And again, I have no problem with what y'all are doing. I love the idea. It just doesn't really seem to make sense on Wealthy Street at this point in time for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this one?
Hi. My name is Jessica Young. I'm the Executive Director of the East Hills Council of Neighbors. And I have come here to say that as neighbors, we are in full support of this project. The mission of the East Hills Council of Neighbors is to build and maintain a beautiful, diverse, friendly, and safe neighborhood. And I believe that this project, this proposal contributes to all four of those goals. First, beautiful and safe. The site has been unused and unimproved for some time. We are stewards of crime prevention through environmental design, CPTED, which you might have heard of, concepts. And that means that people naturally protect a territory that they feel is their own, or have certain respect for a territory that they see as someone else's. And the more dilapidated an area is, the more likely it is to attract unwanted activities. So clear boundaries of areas for approved activities like this are achieved through things like fencing, landscaping, community members being there for an approved purpose. So we know that converting this previously unused property will activate this space and increase the safety of the neighborhood. While that could mean that sort of anything is an improvement on nothing, I do think that this is a great use of this space as well. We have already talked at our meetings about how we have enjoyed even just the temporary look and feel and community that this food truck has brought into this space. And we are looking forward to supporting that even more as hopefully they become a permanent feature. We do have precedent for this in the neighborhood with Outdoor Coffee, which, as a side note, does run year-round. And if you walk up and down Wealthy Street, you will see that the people of East Hills do like to be out year-round. So there is precedent for that, and we really love Outdoor Coffee there. We would love to see more development like this in East Hills. As far as diverse and friendly, Pedro and Allison have already shown that they are committed to being good neighbors. They've worked really hard to follow all the rules, and so it's a little concerning of me to hear if they are being used as some sort of like example for maybe others that have not, because I think that they, from what I've seen and from what they've done, they have worked hard to be good neighbors, follow the rules, which I think is not, I haven't talked to them about this, but I think that's not super easy to do when you're also just trying to run a business. And I'm gonna go quickly. So also, this establishment brings very, very welcome diversity to the neighborhood. As far as cuisine, price points, culture of the neighborhood, tacos like this are not available in East Hills and really have not been available on this side of the river, which brings me to a personal note. I have tried the Al Pastor on multiple occasions over the past couple of months, and I think that it's some of the best in the city, which I think will bring and is already bringing people to Wealthy Street specifically for this business. And I'm really excited and happy to have them close to my home. And I came here to fight for tacos.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak on this case? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Invite the applicant back up if there's anything you would like to respond to or add. Okay, then we'll turn to discussion.
I think I'd like, if you could help me, food trucks have to be licensed, right? So that's a health issue, and they're like a small business but on wheels, right? I do appreciate, the concerns brought up about how that's managed in a neighborhood area, and glad to have our representatives from the neighborhood association to maybe help guide some of that discussion as this becomes more and more popular.
Yeah, I mean, I think the allowing for the temporary use of up to 90 days was something that we talked about and recommended as a change to the ordinance within the last few years. And I think it's been a great change to our ordinance. And I guess I would just say that this isn't just any green space. It's in a TBA, traditional business area, district, and this is an appropriate location for a use like this. I haven't tried it yet. I can walk to it, so I'm excited to try it someday. But yeah, I think it's completely appropriate, and yeah, it seems like they've done their due diligence in terms of getting a quieter generator and moving that and responding to community concerns, and yeah, going through the permitting process and not just setting up in a parking lot with a tray. So yeah, I'm in complete support.
I just wanted to add something to the record. So first, I live right around the block on Orchard Hill, and to see this space become something is really great. But to one of the comments about, you know, the I'm going to use my air quotes, but not derogatory. You know, I don't like to offend nobody. Street vendors, you know, those folks, you'll be riding and you'll see folks barbecuing. And then they'll be serving food. I thought that was just a Detroit thing because you always see that in Detroit growing up. So I honestly, I thought it was just a city thing. And then when I came to Grand Rapids and I was riding down 28th Street, and there are two guys in particular every summer. They got the big grills out there and they are barbecuing. And I'm telling you, that's some of the best barbecue you'll ever have in your life. Anyways, I just wanted to point that out because I think that is a part of what it means to have the character of the neighborhood, right? Those guys who are out there with their grills and stuff, yes, we want it to be healthy because, you know, we don't like food poisoning and stuff. And at the same time, those guys live in our neighborhood. Those guys pay taxes in our neighborhood. They send their kids to our schools. And so I just wanted to add to the record, just for that benefit, that folks who show up at lots like this with food trucks or with grills, they're not doing it because they're trying to poison us. They're not feeding us crack cocaine and weed. They're feeding us good, healthy food, and they live in our neighborhoods. They are serving our neighborhoods just like we expect everybody to do. They are not non-taxpayers coming in. They are taxpayers, and we should treat them as such. And even if they wasn't, they are human beings, and I think that should just be added to the record. So I just want to put it in that perspective. For this in general, I am very much in support of. I like it. I love it. It not only brings another level of character to the neighborhood, but it provides some healthy competition, and I like that because I'm a capitalist. So wonderful.
One of our considerations is if the use will support or detract from existing traditional brick and mortar establishments. So, I mean, that is an actual consideration of ours that we are required to contemplate.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, I think this is different enough. I mean, this is significantly different than anything else. Even if the menu changes over at Uncle Cheetah's Soup Shop during the winter, this is authentic Mexico City tacos, and it's not something that I've ever seen in our neighborhood before, and I don't think it detracts from brick and mortar businesses that are around. I think there's lots of room in this district for a lot of different kinds of restaurants, and that people aren't just going to choose one, they're going to try all of them, so.
Yeah, I was going to say that too. Like, we go to all of them. I go to Electric Cheetah. I go to all of them. So it's not necessarily you choose one and then no one else gets your business, but there's some variety there.
I mean, for what it's worth, my sister and brother-in-law always go get soup when they come because they love soup, and some people, want tacos. So, yeah.
I think there's a comment was made about the last case, and I see that as different. You know, there's a pretty significant infrastructure improvement that's being made, and essentially a brick and mortar setting where food trucks are being set up inside. So I do view that as a little different than this. I think. In general, I'm supportive, but I do understand the concern of Mr. DeMint about whether we see the proliferation of this, because it does provide it could detract from brick and mortar, which do require greater investment. And I too, I'm comfortable with competition, and I think, you know, if the market goes this way, it makes sense. But I think we do need to contemplate the impact that it has on brick and mortar, because that's what we want to see in our TBAs are buildings, vibrant buildings, not just green space. Now, I think this is an appropriate infill of a green space, and I think that this can fit, but I don't think what we want to see is buildings removed or, in the future. And I'm just saying that this doesn't contribute as much to the financial interest of the city or of a business district. Now, I think it can be a vibrant part of a business district, but I think we need to be careful in how we view potential future proposals of this type.
Elizabeth, are there separation distance, what are the requirements related to food trucks? Like, are there limitations on how and where and how many?
So in the NOS office and industrial zone districts, they're allowed with director review, okay? In the city center, the TCC, the TBA, and the C, you can do the temporary use permit for 89 days. 90 days or more requires qualified review or special land use. So we don't have a separation distance. We do have those standards that are in your staff report and that Paul mentioned. Also, we do have required information to be submitted with a plan. Written description, trash collection and removal, source of water and power, a plan, details of the mobile food vending unit. So we do require a lot of information regardless of whether it's going to be administratively approved or with special land use. And then we don't have the separation distance, but we do have those review standards.
Will you be reviewing then any improvements they make, like fencing or is that under a certain code that has to be reviewed?
Yeah, well, because this is in a historic district, it will require a certificate of appropriateness from our historic preservation specialist.
For the record, Commissioner Van Streen had to excuse himself. Carol.
At 4:49.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And one of the standards also, I'm going to enumerate all of them, but one of them is concentration of food trucks operating simultaneously, which is a lot like our alcohol standard where it doesn't specify how many, but it says think about how many in close proximity. And, well, yeah. Yeah. And here's where I think our individual districts can have a stronger voice. I mean, we would welcome a strong voice from our neighborhood districts to bring some nuance to this question, because, again, these are our considerations. We'd consider them, but the particulars matter, right, in each different business district. So we welcome that. All right, any further discussion? Sorry, no, because public comment period is over. However, at the end of our cases, you'd be welcome to come up again.
So I guess looking at the standards that are here, so the questions of will it contribute to the vitality and experience of this district? I would argue yes. Will it support or detract from existing brick and mortar establishments. And I think it actually could support in terms of people walking and exactly bringing more people into the business district. As far as I know, this is the only food truck in operation in the district. And so there is an appropriate distance between them, and there is not a proliferation of them. And in terms of the aesthetic, they are, it's already an improvement beyond what was there, and they are proposing more improvements. So I think it meets all the standards.
I agree.
Well, look at there. I'd like to make a motion. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the special land use and site plan review request of Pedro Diaz Mora. Did I pronounce that right? Perfect. Establish mobile food vending in an outdoor eating area on an existing vacant lot at 1119 Wealthy Street Southeast for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will support the vitality of the local economy by encouraging investment, diversifying the economic base, and expanding employment opportunities. Encourage activity on an otherwise vacant property. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of 5.12.08E because historic preservation staff has reviewed and approved this proposal. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment, because the proposed use will support the desired mixed-use character of the neighborhood, and the proposal would provide a unique amenity for residents and customers of the neighborhood and business district. Potentially adverse effects arising from the proposed use will be minimized because residential uses are located far enough away not to be disturbed by activity on the site. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, noise, smoke, odors, glare, or visual clutter, because the outdoor seating areas are oriented away from the nearby residential properties, and the hours of operation are consistent with similar uses in the vicinity. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment because the use will activate the street. Adequate public or private infrastructure and services does already exist or will be provided at no additional cost because reliance on additional public services is not anticipated, and any required power source will be provided by the operator. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city because the use is not anticipated to result in nuisances that require code enforcement actions, and the use will encourage other investment in the area. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard conditions at A, approvals, as is on your screen. That outdoor cooking performed outside of the truck is not approved as part of this request, and if desired in the future, should require special land use approval. And that the generator use shall be subject to the noise ordinance, that an electrical permit shall be obtained for a direct power connection, and that a historic preservation certificate of appropriateness be obtained for any permanent improvements, such as fencing.
Support.
We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion is approved.
I did.
All right, then we have Planning Commissioner discussion. Anything for the Planning Commission to discuss? And then we open up for public comment. Now you're.
Something that Lauren said, I don't want you all to think that I'm not on the right side of this thing.
Would you mind coming up to the,
I am all for the progression of the neighborhood, and, Wealthy Street had a surgence when I opened the Electric Cheetah, and in the past few years, I've sort of seen it drift a little bit towards businesses going out and lots more garbage and more tagging, and we were broken into last week. So it's become concerning. And the one thing that you said that I didn't want my words about the barbecue place to come in to be misrepresented. And you mentioned something about, whether we know that this is done in an approved kitchen or not. The reason I brought up the barbecue place is because they show up and literally put tinfoil pans on a table. And I have 6 food licenses, and the rules about food sitting out under a tent in 90-degree humid heat, it concerns me that there might be some health issues there, and that's why I brought up the barbecue place. And again, I'm not supportive of food trucks coming in. Like I said, I have one myself, and I just didn't know when the rules changed, because when I started looking into food trucks going out, and I remember Paul Lee from the Winchester, he had a food truck too, and there was a lot of discussion as to when and where you could have food trucks. So this kind of blindsided me a little bit, that now suddenly the city of Grand Rapids is going to allow food trucks. I was recently in Austin, Texas, and that city is full of food trucks, but there's also hundreds of thousands of people flooding not only the food trucks, which you're on a wait to get into the food truck, but the restaurants still are on 2-hour waits because there's just that many people. So I just want it to be known that it's not that I don't support it, it's just I like everyone to be treated fairly, and I want all of the rules to apply to everybody the same that they apply to me. And the only reason I felt slighted a little bit was just because, like I said, I put all this effort into making this place, and then unknowingly whether the food truck rules, which is why I inquired about the food truck rules in the previous person that was up here, because when I looked at putting a food truck, I was just told no. And when I went out and tried to do some sales and things like that, someone came and shut me down. But I don't see that happening with everybody, so it feels unfair. And I just want to make sure that there's a level playing field when we're talking about letting food trucks in the neighborhood, because I do agree that it will bring people in and it will make more people walk around. And Wealthy Street absolutely needs that after a few years of seeing it kind of drift off to where we're starting to see chains come in and, vape shops and things that, again, it's not necessarily that I have any opposition to any of those things, but the original intention, the corridor improvement district that was set forth that 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I attended all of those meetings and tried to help people push Wealthy Street into the direction that everybody wanted it to go in. It doesn't seem to be happening anymore, and some of that passion towards bringing Wealthy Street to be very vibrant and full of diversity again has kind of fallen away a little bit, where we're just seeing more garbage and trash cans are overflowing and no one seems to be emptying them, but I don't really know who to ask about it. Because like I said, when you call the health department and say, hey, I think that there's an unlicensed, illegal food sales going on here, nobody really knows what to do with it. So I just wanted to make it clear that I'm in full support of food trucks, and I'm excited about the opportunity of the face of the neighborhood changing so we can see some more diverse options for dining and things like that. And like I said, now that I know that this is a thing, I will absolutely be looking to get my food truck in a place where we can also do a similar type of business. Even if it's just for the summer, because it's, as you know, people go to lakes and things in the summer. It makes it a little bit more challenging. So that's all. Just wanted to clear that up and not upset. Welcome you. I mean, I'm right next door. So, my guy that works for me, Antonio, he's worked for me for 15 years. He already said that the El Pastor there is really good. And
I think it's restaurants is about passion. Like I'm a chef. I'm concerned. I'm not work with any Gordon Foods food in my trailer. I'm against that. I support local stores, Mexican stores where they have good food, good meats. And I'm passionate about my taco. I'm not bringing frozen stuff from my freezer and cook it. And that makes a lot of difference when you have a food truck. And my food is old. It'll be 5 or 4 days old. Not even that, sometimes 3 days. And I go back to the store, buy more food. So I can get fresh tacos, and then that way you can get good food in your restaurant versus having kind of old stuff in freezer and cook it every week. So that kind of stuff brings a lot of difference in food trucks than in restaurants do.
Yeah.
Being passion be like actually chef in a restaurant, it makes a lot of difference.
Yeah, we're also bringing in a lot of different people. We've had so many people from Mexico say that they haven't found food that tastes like home, and they keep coming back.
I'm an
to
El
us,
Pastor fan, and it doesn't exist. I mean,
All right,
people are just taking pork that is heavily seasoned and throwing it on a flat top really quick. They're not carving it off the spit like no.
Thank you for your contributions to this meeting. Appreciate it.
Mr.
Sincerely.
Dement, I will be, we'll be happy to talk to you to help try to facilitate removal of unlicensed vendors from the streets. It is challenging, but I'd like to have that conversation. Also, we'll be happy to facilitate you finding a location for a food truck. So feel free to give us.
I have several already.
Okay, feel free to give us a call in the planning department.
Okay.
We'll be happy to help you.
All right, thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll close the public comment period, and we are adjourned.